Honestly, with these single-player games, the pause screen works. The pause screen works well enough to convey AFKness. No, let's refresh this page. There we go. Everything is looking all right. So, I've decided, since Bobby's our engineer, he doesn't mind the bow and arrow. He doesn't mind using a weapon that he makes. He thinks they're more reliable than the other ones. How about that? So, our weapons will consist, there we go, of the things we make. And I think he'll really like the crossbow because, you know, it's mechanically, it's just a feat of engineering he'll be able to do. So, crossbows will be the handmade, the rubber rat-a-tat, whatever. That's going to be his weapon of choice. I don't even know what it is. Let's see. The rubber rat-a-tat, what will that take? Some hardware, a drill. If you can find a drill, nails, rubber. An automated crossbow, huh? And then a magazine for it. It'll take a bit. Sure. And then dildo bolts. Is there like no, yeah, I guess there's no simple, just the wooden crossbow bolt. Nothing simple, but improvised crossbow, I guess, first. Yeah, that seems like what we're doing here. Maybe even start with a 20-pound bow, even simpler. Nah. All we need is 3 long sticks, some rags. We got all that. I believe in us. I believe in Bob and his propensity for building stuff. Yeah. Okay. So I think first things first is we're going to want to go find the town, or wherever a battery may be. Because we need that tractor up and running. Hey, a toolbox. Okay, nice. First find. We got plenty of toolbox uses. This will help immensely with our building. Yeah, we'll need rubber bands. How many rubber bands? I forgot already. This will need 2 rubber bands. This will need 4. Yeah, plenty of rubber bands. Can't skip out on the rubber bands. remember where we are. Let's just get over the hill. How much 9mm do we have? Oh yeah, we got plenty of waste. Let's see if that brings anyone running. Alright, we're fine. We're fine, cowboy. Speaking of which, we need to find a magnum. Well, revolver. I'm like, well, all revolvers should be magnums, right? I mean, if you're going to be packing something like that, you might want the very first round to take a hole out of someone, take a chunk out of somebody. You know, make sure that one shot's all you need. Because you're not going to have very many more. But yeah, anyways, revolver. We need a revolver. Bob's a cowboy. He's a pioneer. That means he uses revolvers. Hope I'm not sweating too much. Ah, shit, yeah, I'm heating up fairly quickly. But it's okay, because we're building. The airfield over there. Alright. We know where we're going. We know where we are. We're having fun. Gonna have to give up our stone knife. We can make another one if we want. We'll be fine. I think we should visit our airfield first. I think that's the better bet. We can store things in the tractor and then go out on the quest for the battery. Shit, we're still heating up. What else? What else is hot? The tracksuit. I think we're just gonna have to bear with it. Or wait. Can we take the track? No, we can't take that in hand. What about the shirt? Why can't you take shirts in hand? Come on now. Oh wait, we're dropping. Alright, maybe we're just heating up from all that running. All that exercise. Which, you know, isn't bad. Isn't bad. Honestly, kind of wish I had a 1 hour piano arrangement loop of the Bob the Builder theme song. Just to play as ambient background noise. It looks like there are plenty of puppets around. Don't exactly need to engage them. But we do need some stamina. Oh shit, lots of puppets, right? Sit down for this one. I've got an idea. Yes, I do. This is a great idea. We're Bob, we work smarter, not harder. We can fix any situation. Except for our crumbling marriage. Oh god, I don't have a... I hope this isn't too enclosed a space, because, you know, this is about to hurt my fucking eardrums. If so... That was a nice use of some 9mm. Alright. I wonder if we can take... Can we take... Oh, shit. Can we take... Yeah, we can take this in hand. Honestly, does that really take up so much backpack space? I wonder how high of a priority the an inventory overhaul is on the dev list. Some of these things just don't make any fucking sense. Like this. Just a rubber band takes up the same amount of space as a box of 22. Takes up the same amount of space as some rags. As a slice of watermelon. As flare cartridges. Just don't make no sense. That's all. you can't stand to replace our work pants. It's just not safe. What we do need is the helmet, though. Got small axe, small spade, and a stone axe. Got our little toolkit. What is glue used for? Nothing. Honestly, I don't think we should get too many airplane repair kits. They seem to be, to me, abundant. Abundant enough so that we probably don't have to worry about them until we get, an actual plane somewhere near here. on a hoe kind of cola before we go ahead. Why not? Keep the can. And, I think that's good. Yeah, we're off. Oh, wait. Hold on. We're not off. We're not quite off. Let's just put that in there. We should make that bow. We should make ourselves that bow. Not the crossbow. I don't think we have enough for the crossbow. But we make a bow for ourselves. Just like a little bow. Some basic string and a long stick. Simple enough. Let's cut this one, why not? That's us scouting out our good bow wood. It's not long enough. In fact, this rope is not long enough to do anything. What the hell do I have it? Hold on. Wait. It might go into something that could be used for building. Let's not throw it away. And that's pretty much all it's useful for. And you can get here so we can craft our bow. There we go. Sorry, our fruit's gonna have to share space with our arrows. Poor fruit. Lucky 7 arrows, how about that? I don't even know if you can find a car battery in a broken down car. It's probably a rare drop if that is the case. But it also doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to ask. It doesn't hurt to check. scary looking kites. Is it very rainy down here? I don't mind. Bring on the rain. It only helps me keep cool. I would suppose. Ooh, binoculars. I can't zoom in with them. I don't know why I'd use them. What's the zoom limit? What is the zoom limit? There we go. I suppose that's very zoomy level. Fuck these things. Don't need them. Look at that. Just as good. Oh, I didn't try mouse wheel scrolling while I was in there, did I? No, I didn't. I wonder if that's what zooms in. Hold on. Maybe you need a second chance. No. Shift scroll. Nothing. Well, so much for that. Bob the Apex Hunter. I can stay in a chicken coop for a night. I can't get down. Anyways. I really want to wait out the storms. But you never know. We should be looking for tool stuff around here. Just in case. Nah, no tool stuff. It's unfortunate. That didn't get his attention. Yeah, whatever. Night's young. Won't get anything by resting around. Let's just hop through, just in case we have to hop back through. Did we piss him off? The sound is unclear. He's fine. Honestly, yeah, you can work in jeans. You don't need high-vis work pants. This is casual Bob, working casually on the site. At least until we find, actual work pants that we can just casually wear that aren't from a dead guy, so that you can actually repair them to 100%. Yeah, this is a pathetic bow. Need really short range or really good aim. Come on, you can't hear me, mate. Go to the sound of the arrow, mate. I'm gonna be wasting my arrows at this rate. New plan. Throw the threat as a distraction. I hope I can find that later. They didn't bite. better idea. Hurt my ears a little. Come on, how is that not a valid shot? He's just staying. Come on, baby.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another segment. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can glorious or both. Now get out there and meet the redwood generates. Make your mama proud.
Fucking jump through this. Let me see if I can. Hey, there we go. You bitch. Wasted my 9 milli. Let's go down there and use our short range bow, our shot bow. Since apparently he just doesn't like. Oh, what, now you want to move, asshole? Asshole. Nine charge too, okay. We found the car battery. Okay, well, gotta go immediately. And let's, ah shit, wait, I wasn't mean to look at that. It's a habit, I'm sorry. Habit we gotta break with Bob. I was thinking I've just been looking for video playlists to listen to while doing all this stuff. See if we can learn anything. Because, you know, this game isn't very fast-paced, isn't constant action. A lot of long-term goals instead of short-term satisfactions. I guess the, you know, short-term reliefs are like when you raid a base, and those should be exciting. I think there should be more, even more puppets around bases So, you know, those heists probably are going to be pretty impressive, but otherwise, we're just here. I think one of our main goals is going to be trying to figure out where to get an airplane. And how to successfully pull off an airplane heist, because the only place I've seen it naturally spawn is in the actual airfield, the airport, and that thing's like fucking surrounded by sentries. And they shoot at you, and they probably hurt your vehicle real bad by shooting at it. So, you know, I don't know. Probably have to come up with a plan for that one, but God, wait. I hope I don't need cables. Please tell me I don't need cables. I probably need cables. Hey, charge battery, there we go. Don't need cables. Cables are for wimps. Cables are for losers. How do I throw this? Probably can't throw it. Okay, whatever. You're gone now. Let me just, actually break it into lead plates. Recycle. That has a little bit of charge. Put a toolbox back in there. Sure, transfer some feathers. Take up as much space as, I don't know, watermelon slice. Here we go. Come on, baby. Hey! Driving around the tractor. Why not? Charge that battery. We got the fuel. Just like the forklifts back home. Tractor has a radio in it. our local bases. Just gonna head back. Why not? We've got our own stuff to worry about before we worry about making that a raidable place. And for the record, no, that sentry didn't stop me. Shut up. Honestly, running the radio only drains our battery. We don't need it. Alright, so next order of business actually should probably be making a storage chest so that we can store things not in the tractor and so that we can run the tractor at full capacity with logs. And, you know, build all sorts of fortifications. Make this into a proper airport. I don't know. A proper airport for no one but us. It's Bob's building project. First, it's fortify the home base, and then see what we can do to that military installation. I mean, we call it. Well, I guess since they're like a dystopian mega corporation, they also have like a they're also the military force. That's how dystopian corporations work. They are also the government. Let's see. What do we take for wooden metal tip crossbow? We need that. Wooden tip. How about stone tip crossbow bolts? Small stick, feathers, and stone arrow tips. crossbow. We have the stuff we need for the crossbow. Yeah. No, first. Oh, shit. Wait, no, our storage facility has been the Hey, bitch. What do you want? Our storage facility has been the tractor. So, since our storage facility has been the tractor, we gotta see if we have 2 nails in the tractor. That's how much it takes for a chest, right? Let me just see if we can make a chest in here. We can set it up in here. Improvise. Well, that would take some more. Yeah, we don't need to worry about what? Oh, yeah, it's about the rope. So yeah, 2 nails, and we can put them in here. Our little hanger. We can put, but that's an item spawn point. Let's not step on the toes of the spawn points. No, we can put it up here. Huh. Gotta play around with where we can put the chests. This whole space seems like, yeah, nothing goes on in this space. Yeah, why not? So, 1 nail is all we need for the chest. Okay. What? Really? Now we got a pickup that... When this spawn here? Okay. Pickup, store all sorts of things in our pickup. The tractor is our farmmobile, the pickup, so it will use to get out, but we need to find another battery because you can't jump start it. It's the fucking tractors, man. Okay, hold on. Nope, here. Step. Drive, boy. There we go. Yeah, that won't stop us from filling it with gas. Because why not? You know. Let's just fill it up full of fuel. Why not? Wonder what else. Actually, hold on, tractor. Before I forget. You got nails. Am I stupid and just didn't pick up any nails? That seems to be the case. Got bolts. Don't got nails. Alright, well. Whatever. Let's just take the fuel directly from here. Continue to have fun. Yeah, let's pray to these the RNG gods that they spawn a frickin' plane here next, huh? That'd be something. Not a bad place after, starving, being dehydrated, wandering the coast, can't drink the ocean water, have to fight an epic battle with a donkey, and then find the promised land. That's our journey so far. That's Bob. He's got a big old airfield with, a gas pump right here. You can build a well. Probably build a well so that we have gas and water. And it's a giant space where you can just build stuff on. It's a great place to just stumble upon. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Still, push charging a vehicle isn't a one-man operation. That's a disappointing thing. You could totally do it, especially in wide open space like this. You don't have to worry about the car running into anything. Come on now. Come on, hey. Seven again. Lucky number 7. Well, let's start searching for rocks and hammering them down to the arrow tips. 7 tips. 7 vaginas. Was it 11? 8 legs. No, I think it was 8 legs, 7. Yeah. Anyways. Don't mind me. I'm being silly. We need to grind these down. There we go. We're having fun. I wonder if that's enough, actually. One way to find out. Okay, this bow and stuff gonna be in the tractor. Not the tractor, damn it, in the pickup. I'm a silly boy. Don't mind me. Shit, I did it again. Let's make some rock. Let's make some rock lobster. Stone up? I don't really need to. I have the stone axe. I'm tripping. I'm just being stingy. That's me. Mr. Stingy. Watermelon should give us water, right? If we're thirsty, just eat watermelon. You're on the quest for 3 long wooden sticks. Shouldn't be hard. What a stupid zombie. Alright, well, I'll leave you to it, mate. And, I don't know. Keep running around in there. Tummy shot. And we found nails right there. Okay, cool. We needed the nails. Nice. Alright, yeah, I don't suppose we can fit the crossbow anywhere. Shoot. Shot. Here. Easy, mate, easy. Yeah, we got our water from our watermelon. Yeah, why not eat grapes too? They're only gonna keep going bad. Might as well. It's fine, fine, fine. I wonder. Really? Hold on. Do rifles influence crossbows? Yeah, with rifles and crossbows. So it's rifle that will influence the crossbow, not archery. Which, yeah, okay. A lot of improvised rope we could be getting. I keep forgetting. Cut up puppet stuff for rope. If only I could find the frickin' recipe, jeez. And blinds. Oh wait, no, this is improvised rope. We need rag strips. Oh, not even rags. This is a wealth of rope then. Plenty of rope. Yeah, to get. Ah, yeah, we have logs already. Logs ready and waiting. So, tractor. Let's start. I mean, I don't really, wait, why am I even, I don't know why I'm even building this chest, because, yeah, our pickup became our storage solution, right? Well, not our, well, yeah, our pickup, we own it. It spawned on our property. Why not? Whatever, it's fine to have a little chest, who cares? Here, we can put the rope in it. Okay, we got 140 fame points. We'd have to. Figure it out, figure it out. What's next? What's our next course of action? Our next course of action is to go to the bathroom. Oh, it's pressing your locks. Ooh, it'll be the first time we poop. I wonder if we have a facility here. What, they got an airfield, don't even have a restroom facility. I say, this is absurd. Guess we'll just go on top of these barrels, behind these barrels, how about that? In the midst of these barrels, whatever. Just poop right here. And we pooped out an apple. Delicious. Okay, we'll save that. Our poop apple. Sky's the limit, really. I know I'm feeling hot, but am I really hot? No, I'm still at the right temperature. He's just Bob's being a whiner. Bob's being a baby. Bob the baby. Yeah, Bob the baby's motto is, "Can we break it?" And there's lots of sticks over here. Not that we'll ever really need fire. Okay, I got an idea. Just craft bundles. Just craft bundles. We would need them for an improvised workbench. Ooh. Let me see how many of the loggers I need for that. There we are. Or, big wooden logs, doesn't really matter, okay. That's a long-term project. We don't have drills or rebar cutters. Those are probably only found in the high-tech installations. I don't know if people have old drills or rebar cutters lying around, though they should. Anyway. Small wooden chest is pretty much outclassed by anything you could build yourself. This is science, proven science. Ideas. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom in real life, actually. And then we'll be back with our ideas. Alright, my bladder is empty. My mind is clear. Well, I'm gonna drive the tractor around into the city. Wait, hold on. Can I, knock an arrow here? Knock a bolt. And then put it away. And when I get... Yeah, it'll be ready. Alright. It's charged, mate. Actually, let's put the improvised rope inside the chest. And then drive the tractor around into the city. The big city. As we all know and love it. So that we can charge its battery and hopefully, you know, find another battery. The battery we found was pretty lucky, but you know, to find it, so we need to keep going that way. Gonna take my tractor off-roading. I don't know how advisable that is, but yeah. Nah, I think I'll follow the rules because I don't want to damage this. Since we don't really have an abundance of car repair kits at our disposal. We probably wouldn't. We have plenty of fucking airplane repair kits, though. Not sure how much that helps, though, because airplanes are fucking fragile as hell. At least in my experience. Hey, boy. Hey, buddy. Ah, shit. Oh. That's right. Yeah. Faked you out there. Alright. Fatty first. Sorry to disappoint you guys. And you. Yoink. There you go. Whoop. Okay. 3 bolts there. We're having fun. Like, I could have sworn that that road would take us to the place. There's a fortress. There's a... what is it called? A base hidden amongst the trees, but I really just wanted to get to that other city. But you know, anything to charge our battery. It'll be fine. I think that's it up there. Maybe we actually have to go this way, huh? And it loops around. That could be it. Because I know to the right is the base. That's the lay of the land here. So yeah, take this, keep going up this road. We'll probably hit it. We'll probably see it. We'll probably be it. Think it, dream it, do it. Oh, well, we're not the type to ride a motorcycle, are we? I didn't think I put anything into motorcycling. Yeah, we did. Yeah, that was our story. We're like amateur motorcyclists. Like, rode it a bit when we were kids. Well, like, not to say Bob did it when he was a kid. So here's a machine. We'd have to go all the way here to use a machine if we don't have a homemade workshop. Why not? More feathers means more bolts. I'm for it. To just drive. Arrived in Blotto. Right about the police station. Hey, baby. How you doing? Having fun. Searching for a battery. Hope there's a battery in Blotto. That's the name of today's episode, Battery in Blotto. No, it's not. It's Bob the Pris'ner. Nice, nice. Nice find. We're gonna need plenty of stuff to cut down trees and stuff, shape wood for our little base building operation. And we found a battery. 10 charge. Good job. This was worth it. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Don't have to use it on the motorcycle. Screw the motorcycle. We have enough freaking vehicles. I swear. It's a bit of a shame you can't cancel that action when you're charging the crossbow. I think it's called charging when you're pulling back the lever. Well, you know, pulling back the thing. Ooh, chocolate bar. When you're readying it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to call it charging anyway. I don't fucking deal with crossbows. Traditional bows, that's my thing. Not even compound, just recurve. Single piece of wood, well... Yes. No, you can also have composite bows. Recurve, it just all goes under recurve. Just look at that, Predator 70. Not that I'm going to do any archery, but... Because Bob, he uses the crossbow. That's his thing. Oh, hey there. How you doing? You have fun with that. I'm gonna run. Or I'm not running anymore. Hey, how you doing? Where are you? Thank you. We are just finding some good things in these garages. Great things. Things we want. Things we love. Feeling pretty hot. No, you're not. Stop fucking lying. Can't even struggle to pull it back. Alright. Enter the police station. Hey, duct tape, we wanted that for something. I don't remember, but we wanted it. Yeah, it probably has multiple uses. Let me just look at crafting right quick, see what we might want. What's this? No, that's, well, this does require duct tape. This has a full charge, right? Yeah, full charge, yeah. Okay, so it's the rubber rat-a-tat that we want for the duct. We want the duct tape for. Automatic crossbow, I doubt it. I doubt it. Oh wait, you pull a drill. You wind it back with the drill. Oh. That's what the drill's for. Well, I don't know that we'll find a drill anywhere in an urban area. We might. I don't think I have done it on any other game. Hold on. Yeah, she didn't like getting hit in the leg very much. It's alright. I'll be there to end it all. Just you wait. I gotta scout out this place. Make sure no one's hiding here. Alright. Let's finish you off right, huh? Finally get rid of this inmate shirt. We're now a fully fledged citizen. By the laws of the land, got our own pants and shirt. That's how it works, right? Let's go home with our haul. As much as I do want to see what's up that road. Oh, let's actually check if there are any other garages in the area. Maybe we could score 2 batteries, huh? That'd be something. Yeah, let's actually take nails. We had a little shortage of nails back there. Auto press here, but that's not closer. home. I could have sworn I saw a garage. Oh wait, that wasn't a garage, okay. Slightly warm and still not raising our temperature any. Our internal temperature any. You're a dirty liar. I don't take kindly to liars. Alright, we need to go back whence we came. We can live a little. We can do some off-roading. Careful of rocks in the ground. You know, we're not really traveling that quickly, so it's not like rocks are going to be popping in. You know, we can see them in time. It's, you know, when you're going 100. You know, those rocks just come out of nowhere and ruin your fucking day. Around here, though, nice little quaint drive. Okay. Man, I wish people actually watched me. That would have been a highlight. I mean, well, it was hilarious, no doubt, but I don't know, there'd be more of a reaction to it. As it stands, though, that was perfect. That was great. That was beautiful, Precious. Hey, buddies. Hey, you don't notice me yet, please? Okay. Now you notice me. Perfect shot. Okay, well, note to self, I guess. Don't ever try to run anything over with your tractor again. I was scared it was going to hit the ground and then blow up or something. You know. We're fine, we're just fine. How's the fuel gauge going? Check it. 15.49. Next turn is the pickup. Getting that battery up to snuff. We can go greater distances with the pickup. Maybe that'll be our smuggling vehicle. Need to make our way to an outpost and just trade with the pickup. Either way, here we go. Charge the battery. Break you into lead plates. before we drive it. Just do a little inventory, I guess. You didn't notice anything. You didn't notice where that shot came from. Okay. Thanks. How far this goes. Did you get hit, buddy? Thanks. I guess he did get hit. There you are. There ya are, my buddy old pal. Alright. Checking for more, checking for more. Just seeing what fish bait. We could fish in the ocean, right? That's something we could do. Ocean's right by here. What a cozy life this place offers. Shot him. Not right in the dick, but might as well have. Boy, howdy. He wanted to ambush us. He just didn't hear his friend give him the cue. Give him the signal. Alright. Tractor. Let's put the saw in you. Let's give you a saw. Take the bow in hand. We'll have everything's ready for that. Transfer bow to pickup. Pretty sure if I follow the coast, I'd be able to find an outpost. The problem is getting all the way back. No sign of where an outpost is. That's forbidden knowledge. However, where should we park our tractor? I guess inside's fine, right? Inside. Well, no. This lot. This is the vehicle lot, right? And we go for the pickup. Drive that around. Let me see admin settings actually. I gotta keep clicking to remove these regions, these custom regions I set up. Okay, so there are 4 outposts on the map. And all I know is I'm near some ocean. I need to. Think where I am. Alright, idea. Got fuel. Gotta pick up. And we're on a journey to find an outpost. I'll be back home, I swear. We'll be back to build our base, but first we gotta, use our gifts to do stuff, since we can't have any trade, really. No, I don't think that was cargo drop landing. Shame, can't really do anything with that. I don't think. Northward, okay, we're on a road northward. Hold on. Can we actually go down here on this? Where does this road lead? Nah, I don't think that. I think northward is the right call. Let's go. Thinking this way. Just pay attention. The sign is in case we need to come back. Blotto. It'll tell us Blotto. Okay. Let's just keep going straight. The switching of this thing's not fluid at all. Ooh. Nice little waste pack. Nice little fanny pack. Let's repair it. I don't know. We're fine. Bolt into the ground. Must remember, must remember. Alright, pick it up. Maybe. You bitch! Stop causing a commotion. I'm trying to figure out where the outpost is. I don't need your negative energy. Two bolts missing. Well, this is double plus ungood. Now I heard another spawn. Okay. I can scarcely remember. What the flying flippers I was doing. Ugh, okay, well. I guess those are just lost to the ether. Try something else, but honestly, I just want to get up here. Look. Look, look, look. Where did we go? Lighthouse still lighting up the world. Let me just see. It says south, north is that way, so south is that way. Really just follow that road? I don't know. There we go. Straight off. I don't know if we can see bolts from up here. Any irregularities in the surface of the road. Shame, well. Guess we're just, going down this lighthouse. Thinking about all the good times we used to have missing our 2 bolts. They were like children to us, and now they're gone. That's life. Something very deep. I'm sure. Ah, finally, safety pin box. Great. last-ditch effort is just hoping that my character figures it out. Can figure out where the lost bolt went in the ambient, the surrounding area. Unless they did just legit disappear. Just looking like a case. Let's repair this actually. Our feet are getting worn out. Okay, well. So much for that.
I'll give them something more exciting.
Nah, I wouldn't suppose those were searchable. Good. Okay.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares. guns come unloaded. Security reasons, obviously.
Could buy some bolts from them. You know, the ones I make, they're good enough, though. Explosive crossbow bolt. You can just buy those. Magazines. We could get a... How much is the M9 magazine? Too much! Trying to freaking rob me. Face rolls, flesh. Jeez, that's a bit steep. Everything's steep to buy, though. Let's M. Mechanics that way. Armory saloon. No, they're the general. I was staring right at it. General goods. Yoink.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Oh, the repair kits, I guess I can sell to a mechanic. That's the mechanic. But what I really want to do is buy some clothing. It's construction gloves. Yes. Yellow. Bob is yellow. And underwear. Getting that now. Bags. We could buy a hiking backpack. Our yellow construction backpack. Hell yeah. Get that. Footwear. Construction rubber boots. Yeah, we just want a good pair of sturdy boots. Nice. Why does that cost so much, though? Jeez. I almost think I should get rid of those. Anyways, long pants. Ooh, they got construction pants. We don't even need the high vis. We can get work pants or we could get construction pants. Nice pants for a nice worker. Yeah. No sexy construction pants. What kind of business are you running here?
So, what will it be?
Long sleeves, I guess it would be. No? What about jackets then? Where's my high vis? Yellow. Why not? There we go. Then we need headwear, of course. Helmets. Working man's helmet, that's what we need. I wear any safety they got safety goggles. Hell yeah. We need to be safe. No such thing as a mask. No caps.
So, what will it be?
I guess we got a fisherman's hat already. Good enough. Let's see. Everything we got. We got our little construction outfit. Almost questioning whether we should go. Okay, well. Thanks. Let's put the backpack in our backpack.
So, what will it be?
decent in our pants. Nice. Now we can sell everything else. Got all our workman stuff. I know. I haven't even looked at a picture of Bob the Builder in years. I don't even remember. All I remember is he has a yellow hat, and we got a yellow hat. So that's who we are. That's what we're doing. Sell those things. Got anything in here we should sell? No. I'm not heating up seriously, but yeah, we look like we're ready for some serious work. Alright, goodbye, dude. You have a nice day. I guess I should take my car, right? That'd be a good idea. With the rest of the money we have. The rest of our money we should just buy repair kits. Because I don't like my vehicles being torn up. Shame that this stuff's gonna be military well, no. The animal skin quiver's good enough for us.
If you want me to buy that, you better give me good price.
Of course I gave you a good price, mate. Come on, then.
Prices are not negotiable.
Car repair kit. Fix her up.
Prices are not negotiable.
Should we? Let's see. They usually start at 50, so 20. Should we buy 100? Yes, we should. 2 more. Not like we have money for anything else. That's kind of perfect. Okay. Is it just because he doesn't have any more? Oh, I guess these guys have stocks of things they get in, and they just don't tell you about it. He only had 3 car repair kits on stock. I suppose. Just doesn't update it. Whatever. We're gonna repair it here. Nice, nice. Good as new. Let's go home. Try not to overheat in the process, I guess. Let me just take off the jacket. It's usually what does it. This tracksuit top, don't need it. Yeah, we look like a regular working man. Nice. All we need to do is go out and find a sledgehammer in the world, and we'll be good. Figure out how we should exit this place. And this is definitely not it. I just got the wild idea to get food. Now the general shop stores some food. Other guy sells some MREs. I don't know, let's browse around. Our working man's setup. Honestly, I think cheeseburger MREs are gonna help us most.
I'm well armed.
You know, I've had working man's meal. Use a lot of energy. And they store well. Obviously, they're MREs. Do we have any water? I don't think so. Goodbye, mate. How should we get our water, though? Maybe the general goods store has something good, like a pea.
Welcome, welcome.
Oh, a
Feel
water
free
bottle
to
or some
browse
shit.
around.
Where are you? Food, drinks. There we are. Like a soda bottle. Don't suppose we'd have our drinks in a beer bottle. Yeah, no, let's... I'm not sure. Canteen... Because I know that holds 15 charges. And, not about that life. Caramel soda. Let's just
So,
buy one.
what will it be?
Ah, shit. Buy it. Thanks, bruv. Put it in our fanny pack. Why not? I should buy, actually. Hold on. I know this thing exists now. Actually, I found one in another. I was like, whoa, what's this? Would it be under bags? A waste bag? Yes, a Sporon bag. How does it cost the same as a waste bag? It holds much more. Alright. So, let's buy it. And equip it. Yeah, I mean, look at the space difference. Like, they cost the same? Are you crazy?
Let's see what you have.
It says 0, but... Yeah, okay, whatever. I guess it's because that's the normal price, but since it came from a puppet, it's worthless. So that you can't farm puppets for money. I don't fucking know, man. All I know is cola. Body's red cola. We're gonna need water later. Energy. Not right now. Don't need it. Don't need any of it. What we need is to get home before sundown. Let's see what the road into this place is like. I mean, it's pretty much free, right? They can't hurt us in here, right? Yeah. Put her down. I don't know why they even spawn in outpost zones if they can't hurt you in them. It's fine, though. Where are we heading out? Down here. Yeah, I guess it gets you somewhere. They're just like, oh, we don't want our terrain to be passable at all. Come on, mates. Anyway, you slice it, getting to this place is going to be confusing. Just going to have to memorize it, I guess. Let's check that road sign. No, folk. Blotto is that way. We know we want to go to Blotto, so yeah, this way. Won't be too bad. So this sign we remember. Preco and Trismo, we actually want to go left on that road. Otherwise, this one's pretty much just a straight shot.
welcoming you to yet another fierce bloodbath. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
What a rude person. I come home already. She's all over me. Can't help it, I guess. At least let me take off my jacket first. Alright. The fucking bolt went somewhere over here. I don't want to lose another one. But there are plenty of feathers on the town over, I guess. That is fortunate. And as long as we have feathers, we have bolts. Heating up, but doesn't really matter. Let's see if putting down our tracksuit top into this will cool us off. Yeah, it does. Okay. Maintain good temperatures while still looking like a nice worker guy. Our engineering. Okay, so let's begin work on the watchtower base, which is basically just an excuse to be able to get up here, but actually I think it'd be better if the ladder's this way and platform's there. Boop. Is this looking good? This looking good? This looking flush? That's looking good. The ladder's here. Ugh, I don't know if this will get in the way though. Worst comes to worst, I think maybe we can jump on it. Yeah, who knows? All I know is we're getting a toolbox. From the pickup, probably. Oh yeah, we do need to drive the tractor to the tractor to the active work site. And that's us. That's what we do. check something, BRB. Alright, I'm gonna go away for a little bit. This is a fun little screen, though. I don't know. But after this little break, we can get on to phase 2, which is, listening to videos and just building out our base. Chilling. Killing. Anyhow. If anyone's watching, I'll, leave you to it. Watch this pause screen. Alright, I now have food. I have nutrients. Did I? Oh, I already filled it with logs. Okay, so rapid response is probably just my hammer. And stomach empty. We're fine. Gotta go out and get some lumber. That's our specialty. We are the construction crew. Yeah, let's drive into this forest, why not? I know I said I wouldn't try it again, but... I want to see if we can get him in the basket. Get her in the basket. I don't think we can. There you go. Coochie shot. And, oh shit. We have our ammo in the jacket. That's unfortunate. Well, it's not the jacket, the sweater. We had our ammo in the sweater. That's unfortunate. Gotta light up the work site. I don't know. Let's not let the food get cold here. Alright, I'm gonna have to focus on eating, because, stuff's getting cold. Alright, we can enjoy that vista while I chow down. In fact, let's start a video. Why not? Gonna look here. This is what it is. Okay.
Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for turning out. This is a lot more folks than I expected.
Just doing
this is the
lectures,
first
huh?
time. Yeah, this is the first time I've given this talk. It covers material that you can find in my book on the historicity of Jesus. So I hope you find this interesting. It's a subject that normally people are not lecturing about to the general public. So
Just gonna be
all right, let's go. So the subject, of course, is
I also gotta make
the
sure that
mystery
I'm louder
cults
than him so that I can
Christianity.
interject.
No,
We look like on the
mystery
about
cults
on
and
the same
Christianity.
level.
Now you might wonder, well, what are the mystery cults? And I'm going to start with explaining that. But one thing to point out from the beginning is how do we spot trends in religion? Oftentimes you'll have Christian apologetics and stuff will argue that, well, the similarities between Christianity and other savior cults of the period were just coincidences. There wasn't influence. But one of the ways you can tell that it is influence, that it is actually part of a trend, is when you look at other ancient civilizations. You look at Iran around the same period, India around the same period, China around the same period. These are all great civilizations around the same time. but they don't have religions like this at all. So when you see the comparisons, the parallels between Christianity and the mystery cults in the Mediterranean, note that can't be a coincidence, because it reflects something that's going on in the Mediterranean that was not going on in these other civilizations at the same time. Another thing to note, oftentimes you hear Christian apologists say that Judaism would never allow influence from outside, that they were just stalwartly opposed to it. Even if they said that, that history shows that that's not true. Judaism always adapts. In fact, most of what Judaism is a borrow from other religions. For example, circumcision and pork taboo actually come from Egyptian religion. So they just borrowed that, and that became part of Judaism. Those are things you think are most distinctive of Judaism, for example. And you can look at the Canaanite religions and other ancient Near Eastern religions around the rise of Judaism, and you can see it's just borrowing materials from surrounding cultures and creating their own version, tooling things together in their own way. But nonetheless, the ideas come from outside, ultimately. Some ideas come from inside as well. They have their own innovations. But one of the biggest factors in this is the Persians. So now, the Palestinian region was overrun by conquerors since the Babylonians, the Assyrians, and so on. But eventually, the Persians conquered a massive empire, depicted here. This is the height of the Persian Empire. And when they did this, they brought a very popular religion in their culture, which was Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism has a lot of peculiar features that Judaism did not have at the time, but then picked up. So the idea that the universe is enmeshed in a war between the good God and an evil God, light versus dark, God versus Satan, the fallen angels and all of that, that was not a part of Judaism until they came into contact with Zoroastrianism under the Persian Empire, and picked up the idea of this, which was a really fundamental part of Zoroastrian religion, that there's good forces and evil forces, and there's going to be a war between them, and that will be end of the world, but good God will prevail, and like that whole concept. The idea that bad people burn in hell and good people wait in heaven, that was not a part of Judaism until it was influenced by Zoroastrianism, which had that concept. In Zoroastrian teachings, there's a river of fire is going to be sent by God, and it will flow over the universe, burn everything up, even hell itself, and then God will recreate the world, a new, better world. That was not a part of Judaism until Zoroastrianism came along with that teaching, and they picked it up. And the idea that all good people will be resurrected by God to live in that new world happily ever after, that is a Zoroastrian idea. It was not a part of Judaism until influence occurred. So all of these things that we find very distinctive of Judaism, the general resurrection of Israel at the end times, good versus evil, heaven and hell, all of these components were not originally Jewish. They were picked up by surrounding pagan forces. And they tended to always adopt things from their conquerors. So this is, Persia is basically ruling over them. So they're adapting their religion to look more like the religion of their conquerors. Now, of course, then the Greeks come along, and, well, now that looks very similar, doesn't it? That's Alexander the Great for you. Conquered the Persian Empire, and now it became the Alexandrian Empire, the Greek Empire. And Greek ideas now flowed into Palestine and that region and throughout. So we have another conqueror with another package of religious ideas. So we shouldn't be surprised that some of those ideas would influence and be picked up. Now, shortly after that, the Romans conquered the Mediterranean region and really split it off from the eastern half. So what's going on east of the Roman Empire has got its own independent cultural history, and then we have a different cultural history going on in the Roman Empire, and this is the condition in which Christianity arose as a sect of Judaism. So let's talk about these mystery cults. One of the things that the Greeks brought with them were these mystery cults, and more of them developed under the Roman Empire or shortly before. And it's every subculture, every national culture that was conquered. So you have the Egyptians, the Persians, the Thracians, these different cultural groups all basically took this basic mystery cult package from the Greeks and created their own version of it. Each one has their own version of it. They're all different, but the differences come from the local culture, and they've built it around this framework that comes from the Greeks, ultimately. So what are the features of mystery cults? The sort of fundamental feature is that individuals are initiated, you go through an initiation ceremony, into the mysteries, quote unquote, both through a ritual and by teaching sworn secrets about the universe. So there's something about the cosmos that you have to understand in order to be saved. And some of it is public, but some of it is secret, and you're not supposed to talk about it. Only initiates get told the truth, the secret, true truth about the nature of the universe. And that's what makes them the mystery cults, that there were these secrets, these mysteries that you had to learn.
All right, we're ready to go.
In order to be allowed to learn them. Now, this does make it hard to study them because, being oral secrets that they're not allowed to tell anyone, it didn't get written down much. There are some pieces of this leaked out into writing, so we can reconstruct many aspects of these mystery religions, but there's still huge portions of them and their teachings that are lost to us.
Really?
Forever. And that's
That
also
cheap
true
to
for
make a well?
Christianity. Christianity also had mystery teachings that were secrets that only certain people of certain rank were taught. A lot of that has disappeared too, so we don't necessarily know what these are, but we get hints of them. Had something to do with angelology and demonology and all this other weird stuff about the cosmos. And of course, oral lore that's secret changes faster than writing.
I think I need to build it on a foundation.
Whatever the secrets were, they probably constantly changed from, just over the decades and diversified amongst many different Christian sects. But anyway, this idea is pagan. This model of a cult, this model of a religion, is one piece of this framework of the mystery cults. Another core feature of these mystery cults is, like, why would you do this? Why would you be initiated and learn these mysteries? Well, it's to gain salvation in the afterlife. All of these religions are individualistic. They all get the individual basically a good situation forever in the afterlife. So it's your way to get out of the miserable ashes of Hades or whatever. And they all use the same two mechanisms of baptism and communion. So they all have baptism of some form as part of their initiation, and they all have communion, common meals in which you're reenacting a key moment in God's life or something like that, where you're communing with the God and your fellow brethren through a meal of some kind. So all of these have these features. And in doing this, through the baptism and communion and the initiation, you become a universal brotherhood. You all now acquire what anthropologists call fictive kinship. So fictive kinship. So you have, you're all brothers and sisters of each other now. And it's through, it's a spiritual sense, but nonetheless, they take it very seriously. You are all now part of one family. Now, if you see, this is the description of, this is the common framework, or part of the common framework for all these mystery religions. This already looks a lot like Christianity, right? So it's kind of like already we've been clued in here. There are other trends in Hellenistic religion. Petra Pekenin has written a good book on this, about these 4 big trends in religion, particularly in these mystery religions, in the centuries leading up to Christianity, and Christianity also conforms to all of those 4. One of them is syncretism, meaning combining a foreign cult deity with Hellenistic elements. So basically, Christianity is a Jewish mystery religion, where they took the Jewish cult deity and their theology and ideas and merged it with these Hellenistic elements, like the ones I just listed, to create something new that is, in their view, the truest form and final form of Judaism. Oh, let me go back on that. Another feature that's common to all these religions is henotheism. Now, monotheism is the view that there's just one God, period. However, the term God, like divinity, referred to lots of things. So angels and demons were referred to with the same terminology as gods. So really, Judaism wasn't properly monotheistic. It was actually henotheistic. There's one God above all the others, and he created all the others or rules over all the others. And this was a common feature of all these religions. They look very similar in this regard. What Judaism brought to it is called monolatry, which means worshiping only one God.
Let me see what I need to actually install this thing.
Different from henotheism. So it wasn't properly monotheistic. It was actually monolatric and henotheistic. And Christianity looks like this too. And that's why when you look at, like, you have this subordinate God in the role of Jesus, who's a divinity, not necessarily called God, but he is a divine figure, really an archangel in their parlance. You're looking at this same henotheistic feature, and it actually makes more sense in the context of Judaism than people think normally. Individualism. So all
right, I think I do need a flag.
Usually had been agricultural salvation cults, where the salvation is of the community and their farms and the food, basically. So it's a communal thing that you all participate in, And the salvation the gods bring you is rain and no famine, basically. So it's to sort of resurrect your agriculture year by year. Now, all of the mystery religions evolved out of these agricultural cults, but they retooled the concept of agricultural resurrection into personal, individual resurrection. So now you join these cults. It's not like a community now. You have to actually join and have to go through initiation and become a member. And what you get is your own personal resurrection or salvation in some fashion that is in the afterlife. And so even though they have this past and their myths were originally agriculturally oriented, they've all been retooled. So when you have like Christian apologists pointing out that these were just agricultural religions, you say, yes, they were agricultural religions. But by the time we get to the formation of Christianity, all of these mystery religions had retooled those agricultural myths and reinterpret them into personal, individual salvation. Another feature is cosmopolitanism. All races, cultures, classes were admitted as equals with the fictive kinship. Members are all brothers. You now join a religion rather than being born into it, etc. This is a feature of all these religions. And you notice, Christianity also conforms to all of these. And these were all savior cults. They all had a savior god that you worshipped, some divinity or other that was key to salvation. Here's some that we can document were probably almost certainly pre-Christian. We know Osiris, there was an Osiris savior cult. Romulus, there might not have been a savior cult. It's difficult to tell, but the Roman Senate may have been initiated into something like the mysteries of Romulus. We're not sure about that. But he is a dying and rising god, and there's a lot of other similarities. Adonis is another one from the Syrian region. Zalmoxis from Thracia, which is in the vicinity of modern Bulgaria. And Inanna is the oldest one. Inanna, in fact, is the oldest dying and rising god that we can document. Clay tabulets that go back to roughly 1700 BC tell the story of her descending, being killed, her naked body being nailed up, and then 3 days later her servants come down and feed her the food and water of life, and she's resurrected and then ascends to kick some ass. So the earliest dying and rising god was actually a woman, FYI. And then, that idea sort of got replaced, and then more and more of this resurrecting god is a dude, basically. But her religion continued. We don't have good documentation for the Roman period. We do, however, have references to her religion still being practiced there. So, in particular, the city of Tyre, which, if you know your Gospels, Jesus is depicted as visiting the city of Tyre. Tyre was an Inanna cult city, so that's how close this religion was still being taught around there. So you've got this basically this crucified, dying and rising deity cult right there that you could visit. So it seems highly unlikely that it was just a coincidence that this Jewish sect decided to basically build their own version of a dying and rising deity using the Jewish concepts of angels instead of gods, for example. There are others. Baal cult is one of these savior cults, evolved into a mystery cult. And under the title Jupiter Dolicanus, you unfortunately can't see Jupiter Dolicanus. It's at the top there, but it's cut off. But that's actually Baal cult. You've often heard of the god Baal. The Old Testament often hates this Baal figure because it was a competing religion. Bacchus Dionysus is another one of these mystery religions. So there's a whole bunch of these. And this isn't even a complete list. These are just the ones that we know, that we can document were pre-Christian. And there are others that were probably also pre-Christian, but the sourcing is less secure.
Now we know the airplane repair kits are cash money.
My blog, richardcarrier.info. Look up Dying and Rising Gods. It's pagan guys. Get over it. Where I go through a whole list of the phenomenon and even go into like Dying and Rising Heroes, Dying and Rising Lucky Dudes, and so on. So there's lots of examples with documentation so you can see that it's not something we're making up. And then, of course, for the real hardcore footnoting and source work and stuff like that, that's covered, amongst many other things, in my book on the historicity of Jesus, published under peer review by Sheffield Phoenix. But I want to caution a thing here. Like, there's a lot of bad scholarship on the internet that promotes wrong ideas. So you'll often hear Horus is one of these guys. No, there wasn't a mystery religion centered around Horus. And all the things you read about on the internet, are like most of them are probably false or don't really track. So get rid of the Horus idea. And then Mithra, you often will hear Mithras is a dying and rising god. That's not true. However, there is a Mithraic mystery religion that conforms to all the other patterns that we've been talking about, and more that we'll talk about shortly. And Mithras does undergo a passion. It's just he doesn't die during it. He goes through some great suffering and struggle through which he gains power over death. It's a different process. And we know this from hints and references. We don't actually have the Gospel of Mithra. There was one, but we don't have it. But we have hints and references and quotes in various authors. And we have this, which is the largest surviving, basically, graphic novel of the Gospel of Mithras. And it tells the story of Mithras you see around the edges. That's the chronological story, and the central major event that gave him power over life and death is depicted in the middle, which is the most famous scene. We're not entirely sure what the scene had to do with. He kills some great bull that allowed the restoration of life in the world, but we can only speculate as to what the real story was and what's going on in this scene.
Richard,
Yeah.
Where is that? Or were you going to say?
Where is that? I don't know what museum it's in now. So I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know the size of the actual size of it?
Oh, I'm trying to think. It's I think a little bit bigger than what you see here, but I'm not positive of that. I keep forgetting because there's so many of these Mithraic artifacts, and some are really small and some are really large. This one I think is decently sized.
Where was Mithra? Is this?
This is Roman Empire. So now Mithra originally is part of Zoroastrianism. So that the concept of Mithra and his feats and so on goes back thousands of years. But under the Roman Empire, it got transformed into a mystery religion, conforming to all these Hellenistic elements. So that's actually a distinct religion. It's similar to like Christianity with respect to Judaism. Mithraism is the same with respect to Zoroastrianism. It's a new sect borrowing these other elements, creating this new mystery religion around it. And it may have been influenced by Persians within the Roman Empire, but it's really quickly became a cosmopolitan religion like the others, and all races and all cultures are joining it. Okay, so I just want to caution, be aware that the bad internet stuff can mislead you. If you want to know what really tracks, what we can really back up with evidence now, my book on the historicity of Jesus covers that. But even counting Mithras, he's a personal savior deity, and all these mystery religions have personal saviors. So it shows a trend, all the rage, and they're all the same in these regards. They're all savior gods. They're all called saviors. They're all called savior gods, or something to that effect. They are all the son of God, or occasionally daughter. There's a few of them that's the daughter of God, but it's never the supreme God that's the savior figure. It's the son or daughter of God that becomes the intermediary between humans and the supreme God and secures your salvation. So that's a feature that's common to all of these religions, including Mithraism. They all undergo a passion, patheon in Greek, and literally that word is the same word used when people talk about the passion of Christ in the Bible, for example. It's the same thing. All these gods have passion stories. So there's a passion of Mithras, a passion of Bacchus, and so on.
Can you define the word passion?
It means suffering, struggle. It's some sort of. But we think of the valence that combines those two words, suffering and struggle. What would fit in that Venn diagram? That's what patheon means. So it's always something violent. Oftentimes, the death of the god. So we have many examples of the passion is the killing of the god, and of course then they rise again. But even like in the case of Mithras, it's not the killing of the god, but it is some horrible struggle that he had to go through that's called that by that same term. And they all obtain victory over death through that passion, whatever it is, which they all then share with their followers. And that's the core part of the salvation cult aspect of these religions. And they all have stories about them set in human history on Earth. So they're all talked about as someone who was on Earth walking around talking to people and stuff like that. And yet none of them ever actually existed. So I'm not really going to talk about I'm not going to talk about the historicity of Jesus in this talk, but that's a little bit of a clue there. Like you have all these mystery religions that all have myths about them being on Earth. None of them were. So when the Jews come up with their own mystery religion, you might start to wonder if maybe Jesus is the exception to all of them, or if he's just like the rest. So how do you invent a Jewish savior cult? This is the procedure. So this is syncretism, which is taking two different religions, combining them together to create something that's new. It's different from the two that you're combining. But
And now that I want to find a puppet, I can't.
So the
They're
pagan
not
element
around.
has got the Savior Son of God. They all have the Savior Son of God, who undergoes an ordeal by which he obtains victory over death. which he shares with those initiated into his cult for individual salvation, into a universal brotherhood, through a baptismal initiation, and a communal meal. So you have the Jewish elements. So they Judaize all of these things. So Judaism comes in here with a messianic resurrection belief system. So they have the Savior, Son of God as incorporated into their messianic resurrection cult ideas. That makes it very distinctive, makes it very Jewish. Based on Jewish blood atonement theology, because Judaism is based on blood atonement. It's the lamb that was substituted for Isaac. So now lamb's blood at Yom Kippur every year atones for the sins of Israel. But if you read Hebrews 9, the Christian thinking, or I should say Jewish Christian thinking, was that the only way, that you had to keep repeating that every year because animal blood is weak, like it has weak magic mojo. So if you go back the other way, substitute a human for the animal, and go back to what was supposed to happen, killing of Isaac, killing of the son, and that son is a god or adopted by God or a spiritual being, that blood has super mojo. It's so powerful that killing him, it lasts forever. So you get one atonement, you don't have to repeat it ever. And what I just explained to you is like literally taught in Hebrews 9. Like they literally go through the explanation of like that's why we needed a sacrificed divine figure so that we don't need the temple anymore. We don't need the Yom Kippur. You just get one sacrifice, lasts forever because the blood is so amazingly powerful. And so that's a Jewish element that gets introduced. This is how they're constructing their version of a mystery religion. And they do it by adapting their Passover theology and soteriology about escaping death, escaping the angel of death through certain rituals and so on. Their Yom Kippur ideology, this idea that I just explained where Jesus is replacing the Yom Kippur and so on. So there's a lot of Jewish elements, but they're using these Jewish elements to adapt the framework that they're getting from the Greeks. And then, of course, originally the Christian sect started, you still had to convert to Judaism to be a Christian. So you still had to cut off a piece of your penis and eat certain foods or avoid certain foods and all of that stuff. Paul then came along and innovated this idea like, well, we can just be spiritually circumcised. And now his version of the sect was way more popular because, people don't want us to mutilate their penis. But there was a lot of conversion going on. There were God-fearers, these pagans who found Judaism very attractive and would attend the synagogue and stuff, but wouldn't convert. And then there were some that would actually fully go through the process of conversion. And in Exodus, there is a ritual about how to convert and become a Jew. And so there were people converting to Judaism, but the numbers were small because of the requirements were so, a turnoff, basically. So only the most really diehard folk did it. But once Paul made the innovation that you didn't have to do those hard things anymore, now you had all these God-fearers who wanted to be Jews but didn't want to go through all that hard stuff. Now they had a sect of Judaism they could join where they didn't have to do it. So that's why that version of Christianity quickly overwhelmed in numbers the original sect that was Torah observant. And the Torah observant sect disappeared. It shrank and shrank and shrank. We have hints of it still around like by the 5th century, but it's so small that it's uninfluential, essentially. And then disappears during the Middle Ages. It may have reemerged as Islam, incidentally. I suspect Islam is actually a retooling of a lost version of this Christian sect, the original Christian sect. But because halal is basically an evolved form of kosher.
What is that word you keep using? People who were Jew wannabes but didn't.
God-fearers? God-fearers. People who fear God. And then others, I sometimes call them proselytes, but that's, anyway. And then through a baptismal initiation and communal meal that also was reinterpreted in Jewish terms. Similar to a Passover, so they're adapting the Baptist cult of John the Baptist. They took these like Jewish ideas and made their mystery cult version of it.
So Richard, going back to the Abraham and Isaac.
Yeah.
Isaac would have been a human sacrifice, but God kind of stopped it.
Correct.
But then later on, God said, "Oh, actually, human sacrifice would have been a good idea."
Yeah, that's what the Christian sect came up with. They said, like, you know what? Maybe that's the thing that's going to change everything. We're going to go. We've tried it one way for millions of years or thousands of years, and God said, no, we're going to reverse it. That's what they were selling anyway. That's the idea they came up with and how they were selling it. So it had mixed popularity with other Jews, of course, but they were a fringe sect, so they always had small joining. But they're different. Everybody will say these, Jewish Christianity, Gentile Christianity are still different from all these mystery religions. That's true, but that's how syncretism works. Everything is different from everything else. Osiris cult is different from Mithras cult. but the common framework is still there. They represent this trend in religion. Zoroastrianism versus Judaism is an example of that. But when you combine the two, you get modern Judaism. And you say, but Judaism is different from Zoroastrianism. Yes, but it was still influenced by and created a new form of itself.
Found the thingy. And I wonder if the clothes are still over here.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I haven't researched that.
They should be.
Whether that could be
I think I
connected.
stripped a
I
puppet
doubt
over
it
here.
because that was written in before Persian domination. At least so far as I know. Actually, that might not be true because there's meddling with the sources. So I don't actually, I don't know where that passage is in the source theory of the Old Testament. Yeah, all of them are both different and the same. We have the Eleusinian mysteries, were Mycenaean religion combined with Hellenistic elements. The Bacchic mysteries were Phoenician combined with Hellenistic. The mysteries of Attis and Cybele, Phrygian combined with Hellenistic. The mysteries of Baal were Anatolian combined with Hellenistic. The mysteries of Mithras were Persian religion.
Oh, come on, they just delete stuff off the
Mysteries
ground.
of Isis and Osiris were Egyptian combined with the Hellenistic framework. So when you get to the Christian mysteries,
Okay,
it's
so
the Jewish
even the stuff I chopped down from the trees
it's
is
the
gone.
same thing going on in all of these religions. And that's how we can recognize that this
That's
is
stupid.
the phenomenon. It is a result of a trend and not just a coincidence.
Which then Mithras was not a mystery religion.
No, Mithras is a mystery religion, but he doesn't die and rise. So his struggle, his passion is something else. We don't know exactly, but it's some sort of suffering that he underwent. But it's not dying. But most of the other ones are dying gods. Maybe not all of them were, but they all do suffer in some fashion for the achievement of power over death. In fact, Mithraism became one of the most popular and influential mystery religions until the army got wiped out in the 3rd century, but that's a whole other long story that I'm not going to go into. So the Christian Pesher. Now, what is a Pesher? This is one of the things we discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that there's a lot of things, they're called Pesherim, where this fringe Jewish sect was looking for secret messages in the Bible left there by God, only for them, through the Spirit, the influence of the Holy Spirit, only they could find these secret messages. And they would look at disparate passages in the Bible and connect them and show that there's this underlying hidden story in the Bible explaining the end times and how God's going to save everybody and all of this stuff. So they're creating new interpretations, like basically finding a Bible code that helps them interpret the religion. And so the Essene or Qumran sect was really based on this kind of Pesher logic, looking for the weird hidden messages and reinterpreting passages in the Bible. When we get to Christianity, it's clearly a Pesher-based religion. There probably may have even been a written Pesher at some point, but it could have been orally transmitted, we're not sure. But they're doing the same thing. They're looking at disparate passages and connecting them and creating a new hidden story out of the Old Testament.
In fact, I don't need the undershirt, do I? No.
Comes right out of
We're in a real warm climate. Don't need every single scrap of clothing. Let's just fucking cut this.
And you look, and you can see
undershirt.
what the Christians were using, what they're getting. The Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and 5, you get a dying and rising Son of God who confronts the wicked in heaven. In Isaiah 52 and 53, you get a dying and rising chosen one of God whose death atones for everyone's sins. In Daniel 9 and 12, you get a dying Messiah, another chosen one of God, conjoined with a final atonement for everyone's sins that heralds the apocalypse. Zechariah 3 and 6, you get the rising one, possibly the one who's called in the same passage Jesus, Son of Jehovah the Righteous, which is a rather peculiar coincidence again, atones for all sins in a single day and is crowned in heaven before God. So you have all these passages that originally meant something else. They were referring to other things relevant to the time of the authors that were writing them hundreds of years earlier. But the Christians are reinterpreting them through Pesher logic. They're saying that these were passages written with a hidden meaning that we can now interpret by connecting them together and saying these are all actually passages about the same person. Guess who it is? It's our Savior, and so on. And so that's a Jewish element of the Christian mystery concept, is they're finding hidden what?
Wisdom of Solomon, you mean Ecclesiastics?
No. There's a book called Wisdom of Solomon. It's not in the canon, but was widely quoted as scripture. Paul treats it as authoritative scripture in his letters. So there are many, by the way. These are beyond Wisdom of Solomon. There were like multiple versions of Daniel. There were more Ezekiel's. There was like tons of other scriptures and literature. Book of Enoch, for example. Book of Enoch was highly influential on Christianity. So they were working from a different set of scriptures than are now in the Old Testament when they started the religion.
So any of these, is there any hint of what the original
Yes, it's. I mean, I could tell a different story for each one as to what's going on in them. Yeah, like the Isaiah 52 and 53 is actually about Cyrus and his restoration of Israel through his decree and like or restoration of their temple. Sorry, the restoration of the temple religion. So yeah, I mean, each one has different things that mean different things. So the Daniel one was originally written to be about Onias III, not a future Messiah, but one that they're trying to claim current Messiah. And so on. So there's a lot of backstory in all of it, but it's irrelevant because Christians were not reading these passages in the sense that okay, so these elements, baptism. You'll often see or hear Christian apologists say, well, baptism, it's just a coincidence that Christians are practicing baptism. Well, they borrowed it from the Baptist sect of Judaism, led by John the Baptist. It can't possibly be connected to baptism that's in every other Savior religion, every other mystery religion. But it is, because the Christian version of it is distinctively different from all the other kinds of water rituals we have in Judaism, including John the Baptist's baptism. And the differences, the things that's distinctive about it are all exactly the things that are common to all the mystery religions.
Sure.
One of which is that the baptism ritual itself represents the symbolic sharing of the Savior's ordeal. We have a description in detail of the baptism in the Osiris cult, where baptism, you actually were undergoing the death and resurrection of Osiris yourself, and baptism was a way for you to be killed and risen again and reborn. Literally, you're called reborn again in the Osiris cult through it. So that's something very distinctive that's not from Judaism. It clearly comes from mystery religion practice. And yet you look at Paul, that's what baptism is. It's exactly that. You're dying with Christ and being risen and reborn.
The submergence into water by baptism, or just
the specific details of what the baptism was, we cannot know because there were so many, it changed and diversified in so many sects, and we have no description of it from Paul, so we don't know what a baptism actually involved. But it always involves some sort of contact with water. And all of the baptisms in all the mystery religions were different ritually. But they're always water rituals, some sort of contact with water. But the specifics we don't know from the original religion.
At the time that John was baptizing people in the river, were Jewish women already being forced to undergo a monthly ritual bath due to their impurity?
I don't know the answer. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I haven't researched it. So.
You believe in the authenticity of Jewish culture, the answer would be yes.
I'm just wondering if John got it from that.
Well, we don't know because, see, everything is different. So you look at the Talmud or the Mishnah. I mean, the Mishnah doesn't really answer that question. And the Talmud is later Judaism. So there's a lot of stuff in the Talmud that was not going on at this time. Also, Judaism was hugely diversified. There were at least 30 different sects. So whatever was going on, for example, among the Pharisees might not have had any practice in Baptist cult. So like there's different sects of Judaism won't necessarily be conforming to rabbinical Judaism as taught in the Talmud, for instance. So it's very difficult to answer a question like that. There may be an answer. I'm just not the one who's researched it to answer it. There are experts on ancient Judaism who might know the answer to that question.
Yeah, in the Second Temple period, part of the conversion experience into Judaism involves that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And we have examples of those baths surviving. To be born again, that's another feature of it that we see adopted. To be united into a brotherhood, that all the baptisms in the mystery religions did that, so did the Christian baptism. And that gave you salvation in the afterlife, also the same. And they all talk about, or many of them, we don't have detailed descriptions from all the mystery religions about their baptism, but the ones we do have discussions all describe it in some fashion related to cleansing you of sin in one way or another. And they're all different in how they conceptualize this, but they all have it. We also have from John the Baptist. So at least that idea had already gotten into Judaism before Christianity. But baptism for the dead is very distinctively mystery cult. We have inscriptions for Bacchic cult, for example, that talk about people being baptized on behalf of relatives and friends who died before they had the chance to be initiated. So you can basically retroactively save someone. Paul explicitly mentions this as being practiced in the early Christian church. And so that's a dead giveaway. That does not come from Judaism. That is definitely coming from the mystery religions. Well, that's where Mormonism gets it from this passage, right? It fell out of practice very early in the Orthodox Christianity, but but Mormons come along, read this verse, and say, "Hey, why aren't we doing this?" And so they reinvent it.
That giveaway is a pump.
Yes. So right. So anyway, so like the baptism has this Jewish element. It comes from the Baptist cult. Christianity may even be basically the Baptist cult, but someone came along and sort of retooled it with new ideas, or and so on. The Baptist cult may have been preaching a coming apocalypse, and someone came along and said, "Nope, Jesus came to me and said it's coming really soon," and so they started a new religion. So there may have been connections there, but what's distinctive is all this other stuff that really tracks the mystery religion stuff. So there's clearly influence going on. Christianity is clearly a Jewish mystery religion. It's being reimagined in that way. So the other one is the Eucharist, the communal meal, right? In Christianity, and that's one where you become one with the Savior through you're again united in brotherhood through the practice of sharing bread. You're saved in the afterlife through this process. It's connected to the Passover concept in Judaism. They're all called Lord's Suppers, though. So Paul specifically calls this Lord's Supper. And all these other religions also had Lord's Suppers. They called it by a similar terminology. So that's another kind of lift and borrow that's Judaized through the Passover connections. And remembrance is also a feature of this. That in some fashion, the supper reenacts something that therefore you remember a thing that is key to your salvation. And the role in various ways of flesh, blood, and death in the concept. These ideas are in the other mystery religions and their communal meals, but in different ways. Some people often will cite Freak and Jandy's book, where they have a quote, supposedly, that Mithra says, basically what Jesus did, like, eat this bread, it's my body, and drink my wine, this is my blood. That quote is bogus. It does not actually go back to this period. There are a lot of things wrong with that quote, but generally we don't have any explicit example of any other mystery God, Savior God, saying specifically that. But there are these ideas, this galaxy of ideas, are still there and tooled up in some way or other. And that's the commonality. So we see all of these features make it look a lot like mystery cult practice. Even the differences. So you take, like, this is the Passover, for instance. The differences come from the Jewish element. So the Christian Eucharist, the Christian Lord's Supper, is distinct specifically in the ways that it is Jewish. But it is the same in the ways that the elements that it adopted from others. And then the mysteries, right? We are entrusted with the mysteries God has revealed. Paul uses the explicit word of mystery religion there. That's 1 Corinthians 4. Do not be ignorant of this mystery is another example, Romans. The message I proclaim about Jesus Christ is in keeping with the revelation of the mystery hidden for long ages past but now revealed, Romans again. We speak a message of wisdom among the mature and declare God's wisdom a mystery that has been hidden. So here we have all of these references to the concept of mystery elements that you would be taught. And notice he says, we speak a message of wisdom among the mature. The word used for mature here is a word that's used in all the mystery religions about someone who's either initiated or initiated to a high enough rank to be entrusted with secrets. Anyone who's not initiated, who hasn't gone through the baptism thing, is basically called a kid or a child, and they're not mature. And so they're not allowed to know certain things. Only the mature are allowed to know the real key wisdom stuff. So Paul is here referencing exactly the same concepts and terminology, that there's some sort of wisdom that only mature Christians are allowed to know, and that's a mystery. So this is right out of the mystery religion thinking.
And if you're not worthy, you don't understand us.
Well, of course, by the time you're told it, you would pretend to understand it to fit in, right? So it didn't really matter if you understood it or not. And here's another. Listen, I tell you a mystery. We will not all sleep, but we will all be changed. And that's where he's talking about how the resurrection will happen. And he's, discusses it, but there's probably something more mysterious, more detail that he's not putting in the letter, for instance. So here's another example of what I was just talking about, though. I could not address you as people who live by the Spirit, but as people who are still worldly, mere infants in Christ, using the same word infants that the other mystery religions use for people who've not been initiated to a high enough rank. I gave you milk, not solid food, for you are not ready for it. Indeed, you are still not ready. This is also mystery cult terminology. Milk and solid food, these ideas that food for babies, food for adults, it reflects the two different types of teaching. The teachings for people who aren't initiated and the teachings for people who are of sufficient rank. So he's using all of the same terminology as these mystery religions. Here's another reference. Anyone living on milk, being still an infant, is not acquainted with the teaching about righteousness, but solid food is for the mature. This is a Hebrews, not written by Paul, but nonetheless an early Christian text, clearly conceiving of their religion in mystery terms. Jesus told them, this is Mark 4, Jesus told them, the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to you, but to those on the outside, everything is said in parables, so they won't understand. That is a dead giveaway that Mark is conceiving of the teachings of Christianity in mystery cult terms. Outsiders were told stories, myths, or whatever, and the insiders were told what they really meant. What they really meant was not the literal meaning. The literal meaning was meant to fool and hide things from the outsiders. That's very mystery religion-like. And all of this was conceived to have Jesus basically become the temple. So Christianity is an anti-temple form of Judaism. There are various others. The Qumran sect was also an anti-temple sect of Judaism. A lot of Jews had problems with the temple cult because they thought it had become corrupt. Too much violence was centering around who controls it and so on. So they were often looking for ways to get rid of the temple cult. But to do that, you had to replace it somehow. The magic that was going on there that was saving the Jews had to be transferred somewhere. And so the Christian sect really thought of a clever way to do this by having this human sacrifice that they conceived of that does that for them. It creates permanent atonement, so now you no longer need the temple at all, so you can just dismiss and get rid of all of the things that causes that they didn't like. So that's the point. I think Christianity is a Jewish mystery religion. It's syncretic and henotheistic. It's individualistic and a universal brotherhood. It has a Savior, Son of God with passion and a myth. It has baptism with emulating the fate of the God. Rebirth is its concept. Adoption is the Son of God. Proxy for all these other things taught in the religion. Lord's Supper as communion for salvation. That's another feature. Mysteries reserved for the initiated. And all of that stuff, go back, is the things that I just talked about today. And you notice when you look at all of this stuff, Christianity looks like a mystery religion, but it's a Jewish form of it. So it had all the things that are different are the Jewish things. So that's my talk for today. I will take questions.
I just imagine I'm clapping with a fine presentation.
Let me go out here so it's easier to...
The audience.
Yeah. Yes.
John 6, where he talks about not in the context of the Last Supper. Those few verses, I think 53 to 57, which is very explicit about you've got to drink my blood, you've got to eat my flesh to have eternal life.
Mm-hmm.
That just seems to leap out as something from a mystery cult.
I mean, maybe, but that exact terminology and concept we can't map to any others. So where that idea came from, like what they're doing, we can speculate as to where that idea came from. But certainly the idea that consuming something that represents the God, how it represented the God might be varied, was a way to commune with the God. To become one with the God was to imbibe whatever the God's presence was. So like, that was grapes for Bacchus, right? Bread for Ceres and so on. So you could have, so that concept is out there, but the exact explicit construction of it seems unique so far as we can tell. But of course we don't have thorough sources for everything, so it might not have been unique, but we just can't establish that it wasn't. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yay. First of all, thank you. That was fascinating. So since the Jewish sect started, got rid of the temple with this idea of this person that is sacrificed, at what point did churches then start happening? Because then you're just replacing the temple with a church.
Actually, synagogues. So it depends on what you mean by church. When Christianity started, you would just gather in people's homes. So there wasn't like a designated place that would be a church. Church just meant the community, which could meet anywhere. You could meet outside, or but synagogue had the same meaning, right? Synagogue was just a place of gathering.
Is synagogue different than temple?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yes. Now that's a good question because yes, before the destruction of the temple, they were distinct things. After the destruction of the temple, synagogues replaced the temple in rabbinical Judaism. So that's why, like, now in Judaism, synagogues really sort of like have that role of the temple in the community, in symbolic ways and so on. But no, back before that, synagogues were just meeting places where you would have the reading of the Torah or something. And so they had other roles and things they did, but they weren't the temple itself. That was it. You wouldn't have for example, the Yom Kippur sacrifice would not occur in a synagogue. It only happened at the temple, and could only happen at the temple because it had the special chamber where the presence of God was, and only certain people could go in there because supposedly the wrong person goes in, they'll be stricken dead by the power of God. That kind of stuff. After the destruction of the temple, rabbinical Judaism came up with the idea that all of the presence of God is in the Torah scroll. And so that became the body of God. You have a lot of discussion of so that's why it has to be buried. If you're going to get rid of it, you have to properly give it a burial ritual and so on. Most of that's post destruction. But so Christianity started out just meeting places wherever, and they didn't start building distinctive church meeting places until late 2nd century, I think. And then of course they were getting large enough that they needed distinct places to meet. And then of course it evolved into more elaborate structures, cathedrals and so on eventually, right? So basilicas, then cathedrals, and they got more and more elaborate with what they call their churches. But originally it was just a communist meetup party, so.
Just clubhouses.
Before the destruction of the temple.
Yes. Jody Magnus, I think, is the best expert on this if you want to follow up. I had often heard people trying to claim they didn't, but I just looked at Magnus's list of evidence. It's overwhelming. So there definitely were, but they weren't necessarily stone buildings. This is another mistaken view. They could just be a tent, or just a covered place that you meet, or even not even covered place necessarily. And that's why it's difficult to specifically identify synagogues because they just look like anything else. But we have enough references to synagogues being organized, built, run, and so on before the temple. So it definitely was a phenomenon at the time. Yeah.
I'm afraid you tripped me up a little at the very beginning. You were talking about comparing religions in China. I wasn't sure what the point you were trying to make is that they are similar or that they are not.
I probably should have put that slide back in at the end to revisit the point that what we just went through to the end, all of those distinctive features of mystery religions, don't exist in those other cultures. So so that's why you could say there's no dying and rising savior cults in ancient China at the same time. The Han Dynasty didn't have them. India didn't have them. Persia didn't have them. So when we see them exploding everywhere in the Mediterranean, that tells us that is a cultural trend. And so you can't argue that the Jews come up with their own one that's just random chance. It's clearly part of a right. Yeah.
Certainly in other books I read, the people's descriptions of a period in history, I think the axial period, in which developments in religious and philosophical occurred very much in parallel in Greece and in Mesopotamia and in India and China, and they all have the implication that isn't this profound that this all happened at around the same time meaning within 1,000 years.
Right.
And I think, no, it's not this so profound at all. All these places communicating on the Silk Road.
Yeah.
What would be amazing is if we found the same thing happening in the New World.
Right, yeah.
But it is interesting that this mystery cult idea did not propagate.
Correct. It didn't become popular in the other cultures, even despite influence. Yeah. But that just helps us confirm that this was a trend and not random.
I have a two-part question. I'm curious to know what role or prominence women had in the pagan cults. Mm-hmm. And then the second part of that question is, how did the hierarchy, the popes, the bishops, the whoever, and was there a segregation or pulling apart? Were women ever prominent?
Okay, so there's been some new research on this. Yeah, there's been some new research on this. I just attended a conference for the Society of Biblical Literature where one of the things, and the Westar Institute, which I'm a member of, a fellow.
What institute?
The Westar Institute. It's what most people call the Jesus Seminar. Although the Jesus Seminar was actually just one seminar they ran a while ago. They do new seminars and stuff. The one they're doing now is
I think I'll
reconceptualizing
go over and kill
Christianity.
him.
One of the topics.
Bring the tractor back to the forested area.
What were the roles of women in these other sects? Because we know there were tons of different sects. So that's hard to discern because we don't have surviving writings from these other sects. We just have their enemies, the Orthodox people, ragging about them. So sometimes enemies don't really accurately portray what they're talking about. And then you also look at like what they're reacting to. And to give an example, like Tertullian, this is like late 2nd century, is freaking out about this one particular sect that's allowing women to be prophets and to like convey their own revelations direct from God. And these women were preaching, using Paul's idea that we are all male and female, we are all slave and free, etc. That teaching to claim that they had equality with men. And Tertullian is not having this. So he's talking about, and Tertullian actually ties this in. Caroline Bynum wrote a book about this, about resurrection, and she has a whole section on how Tertullian ties that into why the resurrection had to be the resurrection of the body that died, rather than a new body, because these other sects were often teaching that you just throw away the old body and you get a new one. Paul explicitly says our new bodies are waiting for us up in outer space. They're already made and waiting for us, so that this body is not going to be resurrected. It's going to be trash. It's going to be thrown away. But there's the Sarcicist movement, which is this return to, no, it has to be the same body. And it got tied very much into the sexist teachings of the patriarchalism of Orthodoxy, because it's through the preservation of the body that you preserve the distinctions of class and status. And so, like, the male body is superior to the female body, therefore we have to still have those bodies so that we can establish who's in charge in heaven, right? So, like, that's the thinking, basically.
So post-Tertullian?
Are you talking about, like, so that Orthodox sect is already getting patriarchal and misogynistic, like, probably by end of 1st century. And that's the sect that he ended up in, that he's speaking from eventually. These other sects, we don't know
this
really
frickin' bolt
track for them. Like, so, like, but we can tell from Paul
that was shot out
into
the
point out
ether.
that 1 Timothy, that famously says women shall not have authority over a man or teach a man, etc. It's a forgery. Paul did not write that. And in fact, there's also a verse in 1 Corinthians, where it supposedly mentions that women are supposed to shut up in church. We have enough evidence to conclude that that's a forgery too, that someone inserted that line. So Paul and Paul clearly talks about women as prophets in the church, that they could, like, now it's not that he necessarily was saying that they were equal to men. They might still have, like, social ideas, like women had to cover their hair and men didn't, for instance. There's certain things, there's still distinctions happening. Although this is weirdly that, like, they might chase the angels away if they come to church with their hair out. But anyway, so it's not totally egalitarian, but it's more egalitarian than any form of Christianity that survived later, right? So that was considered dangerous thinking, this idea that women could have a status and could get spirit communications and reveal them to the community and be treated as authoritative as men. And they didn't really have, like, leaderships. They didn't have priests yet. They didn't have anything like that. So there were deacons, so they're people who were basically in charge of ceremonies and stuff, that we know were women. There were both men and women taking this role. So there was a lot more egalitarianism going on in the early original church than survived it. That stuff started getting chucked out, and so you had someone write 1 Timothy, forging it in Paul's name, saying, yeah, women are inferior now. So they're like really getting more patriarchal as they become more institutionalized. And the form of Christianity that would eventually get the emperor's ear and therefore dominate the West was the most patriarchal of all of them.
I really don't like women.
Yeah. yeah.
So this,
Yeah.
Junia was a colleague of Paul's in Rome. He talked
that's
about with much respect, as if she were apostle.
There's a tricky thing, though, is that Eunios in Greek can be a man's name. So there's a debate in the field as like, okay, is that Eunios the male name or Eunios the female name? And so I think there's an article. So I think the text has a feminine article in front of it. I'm not sure. That would mean it's a woman. But you're hinging on a single letter in the text. So there's some dispute about that. I think balance of probability, yes, it's a woman who was described as an apostle, which means she had a vision of Christ and was elected to be a leader in the church. So that's a big deal, which is why people don't want it to be true. But anyway.
As you say, there's female deacons.
Yes, we definitely have evidence of female deacons.
Didn't Pliny the Younger
Correct, yeah.
execute a female deacon?
Yeah, already so we're talking like 110 AD, Pliny the Younger interrogates Christians, and he says, well, I grabbed these deaconesses and strong-armed them. He says he tortured them to get information. We don't know exactly what he means by torture, but it wasn't good. But anyway, clearly he's not only does that show that there were deaconesses, but it also shows that that's where he could get information from. So they were sufficiently of high rank in the community that they were the people to go interrogate, right? So so that shows that we don't know what sect that was, though. That's it could have been one of the more egalitarian sects that got pushed out later. But so yes, we have evidence like that. Yes.
You described earlier in the talk a more common feature of non or pre-mystery religions was more the communal quality, and that they were trying to do concrete things like rain and sunlight.
Yeah.
And that seems to me to make a lot more sense for early peasant communities to believe in. So I'm wondering what your opinion is as to why mystery cults take off, and in particular why Christianity spreads and becomes so popular even before it's established as a Roman religion.
Yeah, well, its spread is actually not unusual. Rodney Stark has done analysis of the data. It grew at the same rate as all religions do. Mormonism is a perfect example. Its rate of growth is the same, so there's nothing really remarkable about its growth. And in fact, it's a latecomer of salvation cults. It's like it was the burned over district already of salvation cults before the Christians come in selling their own version. So it was already super popular for hundreds of years. So your question though specifically was,
why mystery cult? What appeal would they
yes,
have to
urbanization. So I think one of the big effects of these civilizations, the Greek and then the Roman civilizations, is there was much more urbanization and much larger displacements of population. So you have a lot more people without jobs having to go to the city to get work or something like that. And so the agricultural stuff was being more and more organized by the state. So people think, well, they've got that handled, like there's that kind of thing. So there's more and more interest in individual salvation and more sophistication of ideas spreading. It's not the simple peasant anymore. And then of course, once that becomes popular in the cities, then the rural people want it too, and so that's how it starts to disseminate. Although the rurals held out the longest, which is why they're called pagan and heathen. So when you get all the way up to like the Inquisition, and they're like rounding up witches and so on, what they're describing, their beliefs and stuff, is just old-fashioned paganism, which meant in the rural districts, like paganism lasted all that time. It's just it was under the radar. Like they didn't have the resources to go out and shut them up, basically. As long as they were quiet about it and didn't like interfere with church authority, they could slip. These rural peasants could get away with it. And then by the time of the Inquisition, the state's getting more and more dominant, more authoritarian, totalitarian, sort of thing. Like we can't have this anymore. So they like actually start like terrifying the rural districts into getting with the current religion, basically. But nonetheless, that's how the trend. I think it's a part of the sophistication of urbanization and the economic and intellectual effects that had on the world, and that's why mystery religion came up. That's my hypothesis, anyway.
So my question would be, how did it get started in the first place? And the reason I ask that is because one of the arguments that Christians would make is that Jews were there were so many messianic movements that came and went. Why this one succeeded when the Messiah was supposed to conquer Rome and didn't conquer Rome, and so that's kind of.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just statistics, right? One of them is going to be successful, right? Like if you roll the dice enough times, you're going to get snake eyes, right? So, I think it's more that's the explanation. Is it could randomly have been any of them that took off, and this just the one that got the lucky roll.
And don't you think that the one that makes the least specific predictions would be the one most likely to succeed?
Well, that was also a good point. If you're going to be a sect that's pushing a military conquest messiah, you're always going to fail. Whereas if you come up with a spiritually victorious messiah who you can't actually refute, it's like, yeah, he died for your sins, all covered. And they're like, how do you disprove that? Like, so it became.
Was that the Essenes and so on that had this belief of more of a suffering kind of messiah? And that's where Christianity spread?
Not exactly. Like, the idea that the Messiah would suffer was widespread in Judaism, but of course it would be in the context of this great battle that would end the world and resurrect the dead and all of this stuff. So they were still imagining it as this military victorious Messiah. It's just that if you keep sticking with that idea, and Rome, who's unconquerable, is the one in charge of you, this always going to fail. Like it's always not going to work. And so you have an inherent survival advantage to a version of this that spiritualizes the victory rather than sticks with the military victory aspect. And I think it's very clear that the original version of Christianity was very pacifistic. The whole idea was to calm down conflict between Gentiles and Jews. That's part of, I think, Paul's mission is, look, we can unify Gentiles and Jews under a common framework and have a wonderful world, peace and justice and stuff. We don't have to be like stabbing each other and fighting over the temple and all of this stuff. He doesn't say that explicitly, but you can kind of read it between the lines, and this is why this is a healing movement.
The other argument they would make is, and this may go against what you have on historicity of Jesus, is that the disciples, why would they continue with this? If there were such people as disciples, why would they continue this movement?
We have, it's cognitive dissonance. We have lots of examples where a huge disaster that refutes the religion entirely actually re-energizes and makes people more committed to the religion, and they retool it. There's the famous, the psychologist who invented the concept of cognitive dissonance did it in a book about one of these movements called The Prophecy, what is it called? The Truth, no, I can't remember the title. Damn, I normally have this right on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, Wikipedia will have it. So look at cognitive dissonance, and you'll look at the origin of it. It was about, When Prophecy Fails. The book is called When Prophecy Fails. And so we did basically a psych study of this sect that had predicted the end of the world, and it didn't happen. And they didn't just disband and walk away. They actually became more energized and more evangelistic. And so, right, like it's so painful to admit that you were wrong that it's easier to make up a reason you were right. And so when we see this a lot happening, and it's really a common human phenomenon, really. So that's not hard to explain.
So there were real disciples, like Peter.
That depends, right? So like in my book, Historicity of Jesus, I come to the conclusion that it's a 1 in 3 chance that there was. That's the top end of my margins of error, which is still too low for most folks. It freaks them out, but it's still a respectable probability. It's not that low. But anyway, can someone tell me what time it is? 1:05. Okay, we have to clear out of here by 1:30. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
you all have to do that.
Yes, help us do that. That would be lovely. Yeah. So if I'm gonna have to end Q&A now, unfortunately, and if did you have one left?
I know there are some people in this room who don't exactly know who you are. That's astonishing. But could you just give a very brief this is where I got my why you're an expert in this?
My whole story you can get at richardcarrier.info, my website. So at richardcarrier.info, hit the About link at the top, and it has my whole, basically my backstory as to my PhD and all of this and the research I've done and so on. So I won't take up time doing that here, but if people are interested in that and want to know, and I've, on the Historicity of Jesus is an actual formal peer-reviewed academic monograph, for example. It's not just some random thing I spun out. Anyway, having said that, if people want to buy books, now is the time to do it. I do take credit cards if people want to do that, and I can sign it, of course. And thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. My name is Serena Longo, and on behalf of Harvard Bookstore, the Harvard University Division of Science, the Cabot Science Library, and Mass Humanities, I'm so excited to welcome you to our program tonight with Daniel L. Everett, presenting his latest book, How Language Began, the Story of Humanity's Greatest Invention. In just a moment, I'll turn things over to Professor Melissa Franklin, who will be introducing the program tonight. But first, I'd like to say a few words about the series and how you can learn more about our spring season. The Science Book Talk series features talks throughout the academic year by authors of recently published science-related literature. Just next week, we're very excited to welcome renowned physicist and Princeton professor Paul J. Steinhardt for his book, The Second Kind of Impossible. And in April, we'll be joined by biologist and best-selling author Neil Shubin for his new book, Some Assembly Required. If you'd like to stay up to date on the series and our newly posted talks, we have a few options. Nearly all of our events are filmed and recorded for the public. You can access them at the web address science.fas.harvard.edu/booktalks, which I've written here on the board. And also you can find out announcements about our spring lineup at harvard.com/science. And lastly, you can learn about Harvard Bookstore's many other non-science book talks, which take place nearly every day in and around Harvard Square by visiting us at harvard.com and signing up for our weekly email newsletter. Tonight's talk will be followed by some time for your questions, after which we'll have a book signing and refreshments in the Cabot Science Library. If you haven't picked up one already, we have copies of How Language Began for sale at the back of the hall and in the Cabot Library as well. And as always, a few thank yous. Thanks to our partners here at Harvard who make this series and, of course, the cheese, all-important cheese, possible at the reception. And thank you to all of you for being here, for purchasing books that support an independent bookstore, and for affirming that science matters. And finally, just a quick reminder, of course, to silence your cell phones before the talk begins. And so now I'm so pleased to bring up Melissa Franklin, Harvard physics professor, and the first woman ever to receive tenure in the Harvard physics department.
Hi, I'm really excited about this talk. You know, we have a lot of these science book talks, but they're mostly physics. And I'm really excited to have something really, we're branching out, and I'm very excited about tonight's talk. And if any of you have any ideas about more talks on this subject, I see people here I've never seen before, so I think it's a different audience than the physics talks, maybe. Yes? Yes, okay. And so if anybody has any ideas, my name's Franklin at Physics, just ideas for interesting books in your part of science-y things, please let me know. Okay, I want to introduce Daniel Everett, who has a really interesting past. And in particular, he started his education at the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. I've spent years in Chicago, but I've never seen the Moody Bible Institute. It's at LaSalle in West Chicago Street, for nobody's from Chicago. Okay, well anyway, that's kind of an interesting start. And from there, he went to Brazil and got his PhD at the University of Campinas, which is called Los Campos. And he did his research also in the South Amazon, studying the Piraha in the Amazon basin. And now he taught at a lot of different places. He taught in Pittsburgh, at Manchester, which I think is in England, yeah, not Manchester by the Sea, and at Unicamp, which is also in Brazil. And he's had many, many interesting positions of leadership. In the meantime, he has written many books. The one I like the best, of course, is Dark Matter of the Mind, because I'm a physicist, and that's why initially I thought this would be a good talk in this series. Dark Matter of the Mind, you do know, even though you're linguists, you know what dark matter is. Yes. Of the mind and the culturally articulated unconscious. Another one I like is Don't Sleep, There Are Snakes, Life and Language in the Amazonian Jungle, or Amazonian Jungle. The one we're talking about today, How Language Began, The Story of Humanity's Greatest Invention, and the one that's coming, I'm also really excited about, American Aristotle, The Life and Mind of Charles Sanders Peirce. There are other books, so you're not going to run out. I mean, if you start now and you're under 50, you could get there. There is if you don't have the length of attention for books, there's a fantastic New Yorker profile on Dr. Everett. So I'm very excited because I hear that it's going to be exciting. Lots of really questions which are probing and right? Questions, good probing questions. So I'm very, very, very excited to welcome Daniel Everett.
Okay, so I'll walk around a bit. I come to Harvard now about once a week, twice a week, because I'm writing this biography of Charles Sanders Peirce, who graduated from Harvard in 1859. When he was going here as a student, his home set where Seaver Hall currently sits, those of you who are familiar with Harvard Yard. And the person who designed that hall, H.R. Richardson, was a fellow student of Peirce's in the 1859 class. There were 8 of them. And Peirce wrote little summaries of each of them, said Richardson wasn't very smart. And he also talked about Strong Vincent, a great American Civil War hero who died in Gettysburg, saying that he was a bit flashy and also dull. Peirce thought everybody was dull, but he was the first summa cum laude in chemistry from Harvard, and he was a geophysicist for 31 years for the U.S. government. He was an astronomer at Harvard and is mainly known as a mathematician, logician, and philosopher. So that's very different from this work, although you'll see that Peirce is implicated in the evolution of human language. I want to thank several people, and you can see their names, so now we'll go to something else. Not that grateful. Language is a biocultural behavior. So language is a biocultural complex, and thus research into its origins is necessarily interdisciplinary. And so if you're an archaeologist, you're not going to find out by yourself how language came about, and you're not going to do that if you're a linguist. So it requires a lot of people working together, and I started on this project by myself, but have been working quite a bit with archaeologists, in particular Larry Barham from the University of Liverpool, whose specialty is Homo erectus. There are also a lot of different ideas about what language is. I'll tell you the right one in a bit. But language requires, to understand the evolution of language, we need some archaeology, linguistics, and field research on contemporary languages, semiotics, that's where Peirce comes in, comparative biology, philosophy, cognitive science, paleo-neuroscience, neuroscience, evolutionary theory, and genetics. So it is quite a daunting task for anyone to even try to summarize the research that's going on there.
But he will
so we could ask, the first question we might ask is, what is language? What is it that we think evolved? And one view is that language is a grammar, is a set of sentences described by a recursive grammar. That's a very popular definition of it among linguists. Or the other idea, and the one I'm going to urge upon you this evening, is that language is the transfer of information by symbols. So there is no firm cutoff between humans and other species. Humans are better at communication by language than other species are, but it's not something that is found exclusively in humans.
No choice but to hear him out, right?
But I'll try to make that clear. Who has language? Well, everything communicates. If you follow Peirce's work, the entire universe is a sign. Everything is communication. Minerals communicate. The trees right now will start communicating with the environment, the shorter days, and start to grow their leaves back. So everything communicates. But not everything has language. Only humans really appear to have language. And when we talk about other species, and we have to be very careful about what we say about them relative to humans to get this right. So communication, again, is the transfer of information by signs, which I'll make clearer as we go along, and language is the transfer of information by symbols, symbols that are open-ended and created by people. Well, they could be created by anybody, but they just happen to be created by people. And so there are three types of signs that are very important to the story. And two of those are found throughout nature, icons and indexes. An icon is something that resembles something else. There's some sort of correspondence, a reflection in the water, or a certain kind of feeling that you get that corresponds to a particular musical event. An index is a sign that's connected physically to what it represents. So smoke is connected physically to fire. It's an index of fire. A footprint is an index of the creature that made it. Symbols are signs that refer to objects by convention, habit, or rule. And to simplify things, I'm simply going to say that symbols are conventional signs.
Noises can be
They
symbols.
are things that don't have to mean what they mean. There's no necessary connection to what they mean. So dog refers to a canine in English, perro in Spanish, and cachorro in Portuguese, neopai in Piraha. These are just conventional things. They're just physical forms that are conventional to refer to meanings that are significant in that culture. So the threshold to productive symbols was likely fairly sudden, but the evolution of the platforms for language and symbols took evolutionary time and are not limited to Homo sapiens. You don't just get a creature that one day stands up and starts talking. We expect to see a lot of correspondence and a lot of continuity between our species and other species when we look at communication. So we find that that birds have particular song dialects depending on the geographical area they're found, even in the same species, that dolphins communicate, that chimpanzees and gorillas have fairly interesting communication systems. They're not human language, but they're also not totally unlike human language.
Host, I guess.
One view is that language, the view that language is primarily a form of grammar, came about in our species, in Homo sapiens, about 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. The alternative view, which I will talk about tonight, is that language has existed for about 60,000 generations, or more than 1 million years. In this, so another thing to clarify is that speech is secondary. The sounds that are coming out of my mouth are just one way to express language. It can be expressed by color-coded shapes, it can be expressed by hand signals, it can be expressed by mouth signals, by sounds. You don't need a lot of speech to have language. After all, think of the computer. How many speech sounds does a computer have?
2.
Individual things that it can recognize. Well, it has 2, 1 and 0. And everything that can be said can be said with ones and zeros. Computers have better memories in some respects than we do, so they can remember and distinguish longer sequences. So we tend to have more than just 2 symbols. Actually, you could have just 1 symbol and have a language, right? Because you could have means tree, and means by the tree, and means over there by the tree, or something like that. But that's hard to remember, so those systems don't tend to do too well. In fact, I don't know of any languages like that. The smallest system that I'm aware of is Piraha, which has 8 consonants if you're a man, 7 consonants if you're a woman, and 3 vowels. And it also has 2 tones, which is something when we talk about the evolution of speech, we sometimes forget that there are tone languages. People can distinguish words by tones rather than just by consonants and vowels. There's some evidence, some people, Tecumseh Fitch, for example, is a biologist at the University of Vienna, thinks that early species of humans had full speech capabilities. In fact, he argues that non-human species have full speech capabilities. The answer is it doesn't really matter that much, because language is not about speech. It is about symbols and transfer of information by symbols. However, so if you talk about the components of all languages, so every language in the world has the three vowels E, A, U. And I tell you that Piraha only has three vowels. If you're a linguist, you can guess that those vowels are E, A, U, because every language has those vowels. Those are called the quantal vowels. They're just the easiest to hear. In fact, they're so important that according to Phil Lieberman, whose son Daniel, I believe, teaches here, has argued that the entire evolution of the tongue in the human mouth is to be able to produce those vowels. They're that important, and they help distinguish the speech of all languages. Did they come later? Well, according to Fitch and others, they didn't come later, but according to work by Jeffrey Laitman and Phil Lieberman, but especially Jeffrey Laitman's work, there is a rapid evolution in the vocal apparatus starting about the time of Homo erectus, which would be explained if that's when language started. They would need better speech to communicate with language, although you don't have to make clear sounds to have language. You can have garbled speech and it's still language. It's like getting a Model T Ford. Is that a car? Yes, it is. It's not a Ferrari, but it's a Model T. So we didn't start off necessarily with the full capabilities that we have today, but we had enough speech to get by. There are a lot of external conditions on human speech evolution. So work by Damien Blasi and Sean Rogers and Caleb Everett, who not coincidentally shares my name, all argue for exocentric factors affecting the evolution of speech. Anyway, our hero is Homo erectus. I'm sure that he or she looked just like this. I'm always intrigued to discover new findings in the literature about the accomplishments of Homo erectus, because we tend to really downgrade Homo erectus. You know, if you're old enough to remember the American comedian Rodney Dangerfield, you know his line is, "I don't get no respect." That's how I feel about Homo erectus at times. Everybody's impressed with the latest artwork from Neanderthals or Sapiens, but erectus is really where it all started. And in fact, in recent study published, there's been some news about it in the last couple of days. It was discovered that Homo sapiens, modern Homo sapiens in Africa, have DNA evidence that shows that they interbred with a Homo species that existed prior to the split of Neanderthals and sapiens. Well, that's Homo erectus. They didn't mate with chimpanzees and gorillas, as far as we know. Okay. They had to see a certain amount of similarity between themselves and erectus, almost certainly, and they would have done that. Homo sapiens and erectus coexisted for many years together. In fact, Homo erectus is the most successful species in the history of our genus Homo. So they existed from 1.8 million years ago to about 140,000 years ago, some would say even more recently. They're far more successful than we are. They existed well over 1 million years longer than Homo sapiens has existed. Their height was between 5'8" and 5'11", so they weren't little Australopithecines. They were big guys. They had, big bones. They could have pretty much taken on any Homo sapiens walking around. They were wide-ranging polymorphic species. They had a lot of variation in skull size and in physical strength. And they arguably did possess a modern vocal apparatus. From what we can tell from the... it's very difficult to find the small little bones that define a modern vocal apparatus, but in recent work there has been discoveries of what appear to be hyoid bones that belong to Homo erectus, which would have meant that they had fairly modern speech capabilities. They were ocean travelers, magnificent tool makers. They invented fire. They started communities. Much of what we take for granted as human accomplishments are human accomplishments. They're just from a non-sapient species of human. So there are gradualist versus saltationist views of language origin. So did language come about gradually or just pop into being? I think it came about gradually, just to set the groundwork. is language uniquely human or non-unique human set of abilities shared with other animals? Descartes, who was a very good mathematician but an extremely poor philosopher, Charles Sanders Peirce, in fact, has all sorts of sections about why Descartes was a bumbling idiot. But of course, Charles thought that about many people. But he severely attacks all of Cartesian philosophy. But one of the interesting distinctions, of course, is that Descartes felt that only humans had cognition, and that other animals were basically meat machines. They were just, you didn't need to be kind to animals or worry about them because they had no consciousness, they had no brains. They had brains, but no minds, because dualism comes from Descartes in modern times. This is a very different view from Descartes. This is the view that we are just continuous in nature. Humans are just animals like others. Shouldn't be a shock for people these days, although it is a shock for many linguists to think in those terms. So the evolution of the brain, how big was Homo erectus's brain and what does it matter? Their average brain size was about 950 cc's, whereas a Neanderthal's brain was about 1,400 cc's, and a modern human's brain is about 1,250 to 1,300 cc's. Although many modern European females have brains in the size range of Homo erectus, about 950 cc's. And as people who study the brain have come to realize, size doesn't matter so much. But you can see the ranges here. The circle is where we find most of the Homo erectus brain sizes, but you also find some sapiens in there and Neanderthals. And as you go out towards the upper edges of the chart, you do start to get into fairly sapiens exclusive territory. But just remembering that we don't fully understand the brain, that's putting it mildly. And so the main thing that matters is the organization of the brain, and that's extremely difficult to tell with fossils how their brains were organized. So human ancestry is represented in this chart with Erectus at the bottom, maybe Floresiensis, who was from the islands of Flores, this sometimes called the hobbit, little creature who was over there. According to some linguists, there are still stories about them told by the indigenous peoples. I don't think that's probably right, but they do have stories about little creatures running around through the jungles. But from Erectus came all the other creatures that are related to us, all the other 20 or so species of Homo. But Erectus was the first. Now, where does Charles Sanders Peirce come in? He was, by the way, banned from Harvard. So it's really interesting that his papers are here at Harvard. Then one has to come here to study Peirce because Charles Eliot, who was president at the time, didn't want him on campus because he was seen coming out of a hotel with a woman who wasn't his wife. So he lost his job at Johns Hopkins University, and that was the only job he ever had in academics, and he was banned from the Harvard campus, even though his brother was the dean of mathematics and his father had been professor of mathematics for 50 years here. Anyway, so he was the one who invented for the very first time first and second order logic. That's credit is often given to Gottlob Frege, but in fact, Peirce had it worked out in some ways before Frege and independently about the same time. He invented semiotics, the theory of signs, before Saussure. He invented pragmatism from William James. There's actually an interesting correspondence between Peirce and James. Peirce was a member of the National Academy of Sciences, and he was explaining to James why he could not nominate him for membership in the National Academy of Sciences, because most scientists took James. He said, "We consider you a literary man, not a real scientist." But James got famous for the idea of pragmatism, although the idea comes from Peirce. At the time that he was alive, he was considered America's greatest mathematician. The German mathematician Ernest Schroeder wrote him and said that your genius and your reputation shall shine like the sun for eons into the future, which clearly was wrong. But but he was a brilliant mathematician. He made fundamental discoveries in mathematics. He was the first person to link the absolute length of a meter to a wavelength of light from measurements he took over 20 different places in the globe. His only book he ever wrote was on the physical properties of light, photometric researches. He's the first person to notice that the Milky Way rotated, all sorts of things he did in his spare time. And as I will argue in the biography about Peirce, he was the inventor of cognitive science as we know it, as we know it today. Anyway, this is Peirce. As a young man here, he was an interesting guy. I'm going to skip this and go on to culture, because culture really is the important thing here. You can't have a language unless you have a culture, and you can't have a culture unless you have a language. They're symbiotically related. Each determines or constrains and leads to the conditions to develop the other. So in my definition, culture is an abstract network shaping and connecting social roles, hierarchically structured knowledge domains, and ranked values. So ranked values are very important to culture. So it's not enough to know that people have the same values. So for example, if you're French, you might think that good food is very important and that being in good shape is also very important. And if you're from, say, Houston, Texas, you may believe the same things. But if you think that good food is more important than being in shape, you'll look one way. And if you think that being in shape is more important than good food, you'll look another way. So the value rankings are as important or more important than the actual values themselves. Culture is always shifting. Universal grammar is a very popular term. It was made popular in modern times by Noam Chomsky, although the term goes back to the 12th century grammarians known as the modisti. And in the US, the first person to ever talk about universal grammar was Charles Sanders Peirce. His view of grammar was, both he and Chomsky, interestingly enough, felt that recursion, I can talk about recursion separately, but anyway, they thought that recursion was the basis of grammar, but for Peirce it was meaning, recursive meanings, not forms, not the sentences, but the way that, so for example, if I say bachelor, I have to interpret that in terms of, say, unmarried man, and then I interpret unmarried in terms of other symbols, and I interpret man in terms of other symbols, so that every symbol starts us to a recursive chain that has no end. Everything is connected, and to understand one thing, we have to understand a great deal of culture. The difference is, for Peirce, universal grammar followed from logical principles. There was nothing necessarily genetic about it. It simply followed from logical principles. If you had symbols, they were subject to certain logical constraints, and those would affect the form of the language. Whereas the second version of universal grammar, Chomsky's, is that not only is human biology responsible for underwriting human linguistic capacity, but the genes are there are specific genes linked to language. So those are very different views of universal grammar. So now let's move on to tools. Tools turn out to be a very important part of reasoning about the origins of human language. Tools are individual devices or processes that meet perceived needs of individuals and communities, or a set of devices, processes, and expertise used to harness the properties of a particular material. Full culturally constructed repertoire of knowledge, conventions, devices, and processes. Values are vital at each stage. So tools are really complicated. This is clearly a complicated tool, but so is a shovel. A shovel has a specific kind of function, and it's got, if you make a shovel out of rubber, it won't work very well. So there's a whole lot of things that have to go into a tool as simple as a shovel or a knife to make it be what it is. And it starts to take on meaning features that go beyond its function. Human technology enmeshes the material with the ideational. We have ideas, and they're manifested materially. Tools involve social constructivism. Tools become symbols as they emerge from the values, knowledge structures, and social roles of a particular culture. Symbolism in Erectus tools is therefore crucial evidence. So that's one thing we really need to look for, in addition to the other accomplishments of Erectus. Now, it's true that other species have tools, but other species' tools tend to be opportunistic. And one of the interesting things, for example, about Erectus is that they took very good care of their tools, they colored their tools, they carried their tools with them over long distances, they planned ahead. No other species is known to do that. Although, as a good Darwinian, I wouldn't want to say that no other species could, I wouldn't want to predict what no other species could do, because every time somebody tries to do that, we find that they can. Learning the technical skills takes place using a combination of language, gesture, imitation, and guided intervention. This applies to all Erectus, Neanderthals, and Sapiens tools. We'll be getting to that. This is partially based on lab experiments with stone tool users, and my experience in the Amazon, I see this too. So at the many archaeology departments, they have napping labs, K-N-A-P-P, not N-A-P, and they learn to make stone tools. Graduate students learn to make stone tools, and they bruise their hands, they cut their hands. It's really hard. So the simplest form of stone tool is like the Oldowan tools, which we'll see a picture of. Those take a couple of hundred hours very often for students, PhD students, to learn to make accurately. When we get into the more complex tools, it takes even a lot longer. And what people have found in these labs is that even the simplest tools, it's very hard to simply show by example how to do it. Language tends to be implicated in this skill acquisition. Now, this could simply be because they're sapiens, right? Sapiens talk, so why not avail yourself of the speech that you have? In the Amazon, I have watched many men teach their sons how to make tools like blowguns and bows and arrows. And a lot of the time is in silence, but then you'll often hear a question and an answer about something that was very difficult to see or a movement that was very quick. Tools take explanation in many cases. So once again, on a sign refers to an object. So if I have a sign, if I say water, that's the object. And the representation is W-A-T-E-R, and the interpretation that you're going to make is something to drink. So icons, their physical resemblance, correspondence, they don't tend to have much intentionality about them. A reflection in the water is there whether you intended it to be there or not. But they can last after someone's not there. So the smell of or a footprint can last for quite a while. All animals are able to interpret indexes. In fact, when we talk about animals' interpretation abilities, almost all the time in the experiments when they're talking about animals learning symbols, in the Persian sense, they're not learning symbols, they're learning indexes and icons, which are very different levels of cognitive accomplishment from symbols.
Anyways, I was thinking that you could think of hunting as an active translation, right? The language of the animal. You're reading into where it is, where it may be. It's interesting. And that humans are good hunters because they can translate this language. I don't know, just a thought I had, anyways.
About animals learning symbols.
No, that's not it. Dang it. Like this damn program always defaults to the DLive page, and I don't know why. Anyways.
And so symbols are the final ones, and these are the properties that are important for us. No symbols, no language. They involve displacement. The thing that we're talking about doesn't actually have to be there. I can say water and hold this up, or I can say water without it there, and you still know what I'm talking about, that the object doesn't actually have to be there. Indexes last a long time. These footprints are about 3.7 million years old, found by Mary Leakey in, they're called the Laetoli footprints, and if you follow them out, you can see that it's a large Australopithecus probably, Australopithecus walking with a small one, and they walk and they turn and look at something, and then they walk on. And it rained after they had walked by, and this is volcanic ash that hardened like concrete and left their footprints there. This is Australopithecus africanus. And as far as we can tell, they're the first creature to ever preserve an icon. So they're starting to look at things and contemplate, I don't think that's too strong a word, contemplate the similarities. So this stone, which is about 3 million years old, is called the Makapansgat pebble. It was found in a cave in South Africa, and it's unlike the material that the other stones in the cave were from. And if you look at it, it has an interesting characteristic. It looks like a smiley face. And this thing is about 3 inches by 2 inches, so it's too big to have gotten caught between their toes and carried up there coincidentally. This seems to be something that Australopithecus found interesting and carried up to the cave with no particular functional role other than it looked like a face. Australopithecines also made tools. Their tools, about 3.3 million years old, found in different places, are the Oldowan tools discovered largely initially by the Leakey family. Icons are all over the place. In addition to seeing icons in nature, we have them in churches, and here are tools that have been actually made into icons and symbols, both. And from symbols to grammar. So how complex does a grammar have to be? Everybody will agree, every linguist will agree that you can't have a language until you have a grammar. But how complex does the grammar have to be? Well, there are a couple of different possibilities. And one of the points that I make in the book is that we find all of these in the world today. So one we could call a G1 grammar, which is just words put in a linear order. And that seems to be the case, for example, in Piraha and Riau, which is a language of New Guinea, which is John saw Mary. So there's no other structure, let's say, in a language like this. There's just those 3 words, John saw Mary. A G2 grammar would be like a G1 grammar, but have additional hierarchy or structure into the phrases. So the man you saw yesterday is here, where you saw yesterday is a sentence hierarchically located inside a larger sentence. Or you could simply say, the very big ball rolled down the hill. There you start to get more structure. It's not simply linear order of words. A G3 grammar has both recursion and hierarchy. So what is recursion? It's the ability to put one thing inside another of the same type and just keep doing it. So the man who is here said that Bill said, that Mary said, that Peter said, that John bought a house. When you start to get structures like that so that you can say there's no longer sentence in a language, then recursion is the best way to handle that. And recursion is communicatively very useful. You can pack a lot more information in a sentence with recursion. But I've argued that although recursion can be found in any language, it's not a necessary component of all languages. And in fact, there are good reasons why some languages would avoid it. So Erectus had icons. We know that they carried things around. They didn't carry around smiley faces that we know of, but they did carry around phallic symbols like this cuttlefish bone that was found in Morocco about 450,000 years ago. And Erectus also started making quite complex tools. So there are 3 grades of tools in the Paleolithic, especially in the lower Paleolithic. There are Oldowan tools about 3 million years ago. There are Acheulean tools made as recently as 200,000 years ago. And then finally, there are Levallois tools, which are the most complex tools found in the Paleolithic. So these are refined, which means they've been thinned. These take quite a bit of effort and skill to function. And they have various parts to them. You don't just start off banging 2 rocks together to get one of those. You have to have a plan. There are certain things that have to be cut out of the tool. It has to have a certain shape to be functional. So when Erectus started working on tools, they might start with a large piece of rock, and out of that they had to break out the pieces that they needed to get the kind of functional tool, and they make them all pretty much the same to work for them. Erectus was the first to come up with the controlled use of fire, the pre-shaping of stone tools, working them before they actually started chiseling out the tools. They used wood and bone tools as well, and we think they might have also used hafted tools. And hafted tools are quite important because that's when you tie a handle on. That shows a lot of functional improvement over others, and it shows a lot of foresight and planning. So these tools had a great deal of complexity over hundreds of thousands of years. And in recent research in modern-day Ghana, Larry Barham has discovered about 900,000-year-old tools that seem to have been dyed with ochre. That's a significant finding because dyeing tools shows that that's not simply a functional aspect of tool making. That is an aspect of tool making that shows thought that goes above the mere function of the tool. Hafting tools, combinatory thinking, imagining the future, and likely invented by Erectus. It's one of the most significant technological breakthroughs in human tool making. And ochre is also very important. And we see things like hand axes. They had a toolkit, not nearly as extensive as a Neanderthal toolkit or as a Homo sapiens toolkit, but it's an extensive toolkit. They had hand axes and cleavers. They had picks. And so we see different stages. If you recall the simple stage of Oldowan tools that we saw that Australopithecus had, we see Acheulean tools. These are already starting to get refined and showing a lot more work. And then we get to the Cadillac of the tools of Erectus, Levallois tools. Not everyone agrees that Erectus made Levallois tools. They're dated, some are dated as early as 625,000 BC, but not everyone agrees with those dates. The dates that do have the widest agreement are about 300,000 years ago. That would mean that they could have been used by Neanderthals or sapiens or Erectus, so it's difficult to limit them exclusively to Erectus. However, 1 million years ago, we see larger tools that are made with the same way that Levallois tools are made. Levallois tools require a lot of hammer work before the final stage, which is lifting the core out of the larger tool, and that takes a lot of planning, a lot of discussion, or a lot of skill, and many of the people who study the tools, a fairly wide consensus is that Levallois tools can't be learned by imitation alone. There has to be linguistic instruction when we get to this level of tool complexity, and these tools were in fact found as early as 1 million years ago, tools that were made by the same process. Not everyone would call them by the same name, but they were made by the same process. So every tool that was made had to have various functional features. So if we find tools that have nothing but functional features, it's difficult to see anything symbolic in that. We can say of any tool that it's an index of the task to be performed. It's an icon of other tools. You have one tool as a model to make another tool. So it does represent a growth in signification. But to get to the level of symbols, we need to see things that aren't simply part of the function. And we start to see some of this at the end of the Acheulean age. We see tools that are made a little bit more elaborately than they need to be made. They're painted, they're dyed. And in fact, when Larry and I were working on some tools that he had just brought back from Africa this past summer, another expert on Erectus tools walked into his lab at Liverpool and said, "Oh, those are from East Africa," because apparently East African and West African Erectus designed their tools in different ways. So the design of the tools was representative of the group that they came from. They indicated robustness. One of the earliest ideas when they started to find these non-functional aspects of Erectus tools was that it was men showing off for women, making the tools to show that they were better tool makers. But of course, we have no idea whether it was men who made the tools or women who made the tools. So we don't know. Somebody was probably showing off, but we don't know who was showing off. Then we find really interesting things about erectus that are difficult to explain. And we find that, so this shell is 750,000 years old, and the markings on this shell were done in Java by a Homo erectus using a shark tooth on this large shell. And the marks were made without ever picking up the shark tooth. They're constant, continuous representation. And we start to see a lot of this kind of thing with erectus, this kind of attempt to represent things such as this rock. We find these geometric shapes that erectus is starting to carve into shells and into tools, so that we realize that erectus is starting to see things beyond their mere functionality. And then about 250,000 years ago, we find this Venus of Barakat Ram, which is in the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, which is got red ochre on it, partially formed by humans, partially formed by nature, but it's the first real artwork that we know about. There are others about the same time, and it does seem to have been made by erectus. So erectus tools, they have symbolic and social components. They go beyond the functionally necessary. They go into style. They represent one tradition over another. They're beyond icons and indexes. They're simultaneously indexes of task, icons of other tools, and symbols of the values and labor of the community. Symbols in linear order simply turn out to be language. As soon as you can start symbolizing things, you have the ingredients that are necessary for language. So if they had language, what other things did they do that might have shown that they had language? So the tools show us that they had the ability to symbolize, and this would have been a cognitive breakthrough for language. But is there any other evidence? Well, it turns out that there are, but let's talk about how you get to modern languages from just a few symbols. Most things are enhancements. So we add things. So you have language systems that decide what they're going to represent. What is it that you want to talk about? So among the Piraha, for example, there are no numbers, there are no color words, they don't have the number 1. Does this mean that they're cognitively deficient? Well, they also don't have golf clubs. There are a lot of things they don't have, and a lot of things we don't have. How many men in here know how to make a good bow and arrow? They produce what their culture needs. Their culture doesn't need numbers. They don't have numbers. And this has been verified in a lot of experiments over the years. So they also don't represent tense, but they do represent, so they don't have past tense or present tense or future tense, but they have a lot of ways of distinguishing different perspectives on how an action takes place, whether it took place at a certain height, whether it took place near the river. So they build into their verbs. How many verb forms does English have, right? It's pretty poor. 5. Sing, sang, sung, singing, sings. That's it. You've exhausted the entire word grammar of English with those. But if you go on to Spanish or Portuguese, you'll get 30 to 50 types of verbs. But in Piraha, since there are 16 suffixes possible, you have 2 to the 16 possible verb forms, which is about 65,000 verb forms. So their grammar is not like ours. It has very complex verbs, but simple in other ways compared to us. It's what a culture decides to represent that starts to work its way into the language. Conceptual systems, how do we interpret these things? Do we interpret these things strictly based on the symbols we see? Do we interpret them based on other cultural nuances? And these all start to form part of the language and enter the language in different ways. Linguistic systems will have different rules, different structures, different constraints. So this shows that language has at least these major components: the objects, the ways they're interpreted, and the forms that we choose to represent them in. And languages differ a lot. So if I say, yesterday, what did John give to Mary in the library? There's intonation. My pitch is modulated depending on whether it's a question or a statement. And these are add-ons to make things clearer. It's not necessary to have this intuition to distinguish questions from statements, but it is very, very useful. In Piraha, like many of the world's languages, probably close to half of the world's languages, such as Chinese and Korean and others, the language is tonal. So the word for ear in Piraha is awe, and the word for foreigner is awe, and the word for skin is awe, and the word for Brazil nut shell is aue, and the word for hand is aue. So if I whistled it, and those are all very important in Piraha. So you've got to be able to hear those tonal distinctions, but obviously tone's not necessary because we don't have it in English, and although English may not be as attractive sounding as Piraha, it still seems to work. So there are all sorts of things we can add once we get symbols. There are all ways that we can embellish them with sound structures and the kinds of syllables we use, the way we organize things. And then we start to think about how language is represented in the brain. And in the work of Evelina Fedorenko at MIT's Brain and Cognitive Sciences Department, she's found that language is not at all found in just one part of the brain, as people thought for many years, but that it's distributed throughout the brain in what she calls a language network, and that this network is fairly similar
yeah, that makes sense.
Across all languages and across all people. But it's a lot more complicated than simply saying it's in Brocaw's area, if you've heard of that area, or Wernicke's area. Actually, the interesting thing about Brocaw's patient is the part of his brain that was damaged was not Brocaw's area. But simplistic views of where language is found in the brain are being challenged every day by more research. So there are various ways that we enhance grammar. Morphemes are little parts of words, like the 65,000 Piraha word forms. There are phrases, sentences, paragraphs, discourses, conversations. All of these are important, and they're found, and they occur naturally over time. The interesting thing about language is, although it's very complicated, once we start to look at a finished system, we can see that its components are relatively simple and build up over time, and that the core component to every aspect of the language that's been built up is the symbol. So what else did Erectus do? Well, by just under 2 million years ago, they were spread out across the world. We find them in Beijing, we find them in Iran, we find them in various parts of the world. We find Erectus. There were still many in Africa. And so they were traveling. Yeah. And we find a 790,000-year-old settlement in Israel, Gesher Ben Yaakov. And in there we find the controlled use of fire, specialized spaces, various components that show, for example, separate areas of the settlement are used for processing meat, processing fish, processing plant, what seem to be communal areas. So Erectus did seem to have a fairly, the ability to have an organized society. There's evidence that their society was organized. And this is found in this ongoing work in Israel and other places. This is found where the black dot is an Erectus settlement in Israel. There are a lot of interesting archaic human sites in the Middle East, in Israel and other places, because if you're coming out of Africa, at the time they were coming out, because the Sahara Desert was actually a lush green forest, you come out and turn right, and it's all you can do. You can't go straight because that's the ocean. Turn right, and you're in the Middle East, and that's why we find those to be some of the early settlements. So here's the excavation in Israel, finding these different aspects of it. There's also good evidence that Erectus traveled
it's also one flag per character.
Across distances they could not see across in the ocean. And there are several interesting things to draw from this. First of all, most marine archaeologists argue that you can't have a viable human community without 20 to 40 people arriving roughly at the same time
maybe one
in an area.
Character. Let me see.
So when we find evidence of viable human culture in places like Flores in Indonesia, so if you look at the island of Flores in Indonesia, the point where Erectus would have had to cross is about 28 miles. So it's about the size of the English Channel. You could think, well, people swim the English Channel, and we know that other animals could swim across. But Flores is split off from the rest of what would have been at that time the mainland by the strongest ocean current in the world. It's called the Pacific through flow.
Yeah, the areas just can't overlap. Okay.
It was the same current back then, 750,000 years ago.
Mega
as far as we can
structure.
tell. So it was too difficult for a human
With
to
like
swim across that
multiple
current.
whales,
In fact, if you just put a raft in the water
large
or just put a log in the
encompassing
water
wall.
and start off,
It's going to become
you're
an
going to get
impressive
washed
place,
out to sea.
I'm telling you.
You're not going to make it to Flores. The current is too strong. So for humans to have gotten there, it's highly likely that they had boat building capability. In fact, an archaeologist in Australia, Robert Bednarek, has built boats using erectus tools, Acheulean tools, and Levallois tools, and shown that he can build boats that can get there in that period of time. The question is, could they have done that without language? And there's an article by a Max Planck evolutionary anthropologist, David Gill, called "How Much Grammar Do You Need to Build a Boat?" And and he argues that you actually don't need much grammar, but you do need language to be able to build a boat. And so the idea that they could sail, and this is a controversial idea, most things said about the past are controversial, because you can say they got there and they had to get there in a certain number, but you can show that they got several places. The ideal thing would be to show them in places where so some people have argued they got across by tsunamis, right? But that sort of defies the physics of tsunamis, which tend to come towards the land. Now, there are cases of people who've been found out to sea. There was a Japanese guy found floating on a roof, I think, after the tsunami that hit Japan a couple of years ago. So it does occasionally happen, but it doesn't seem to be a very productive way of travel. Sort of fortuitous. And they did this a lot, even in places where we don't know of tsunamis having hit. Socotra, the Russian archaeological team, found evidence in Socotra 1.4 million years ago, which is 150 miles from the closest land. We start to see evidence of potential burial. This stone on the right is called Excalibur. It's a colored hand axe of the period, Acheulean hand axe, and it was found in a grave. Does that mean it was buried on purpose with them? We start to see evidence of that. It's difficult to say convincingly that it was, but it is interesting that it was a colored hand axe found. Around the time that Neanderthal was starting to appear, the Erectus Neanderthal transition period, we find wooden spears that were preserved for almost 400,000 years, according to some dating, which would have put them back in the time of Erectus. So Erectus, about 1.5 million years ago, they start making extremely complicated tools. They start traveling around the world. They start an evolutionary process, physical, where they start to get more articulate speech, the capacity for more articulate speech. They seem to be mastering boat travel. The ocean was never a barrier to Erectus. Anytime there's an ocean barrier, you can expect to find Erectus on the other side. They had organized settlements. So all of these tasks imply the likelihood of language. If we look at other species and we see species that are far removed from humans that seem to approximate some sort of linguistic ability, it's hardly surprising that we would see an even greater ability in these creatures that were so much like us and had almost modern-sized brains. So if it's correct, there is evidence for language. Nobody could say this case has been proven, but it is highly likely. Once we take off the burden of languages looking like modern languages, and we realize that a language is the transfer of information by the discovery and use of symbols and elaboration of those symbols over time, then we see a gradual evolution of language, and we see evidence of Erectus, and no reason to withhold the judgment that they had language, to account for all the different things that they were able to accomplish in their long history. They were preceded by these guys. These are just a variety, the various species of Australopithecines. Nature experimented a lot before it got to us, That could mean that we're the best, or it could mean that, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're the best. And when we ask where Erectus went, just look around. We are Erectus. Erectus was the ancestor ancestor of Neanderthal, of sapiens, of every other human creature that has existed. They were the smartest creatures the world had ever seen. They were the most widely traveled. They sailed, they built fire, they had settlements, they had strong evidence for symbolism in their tools. It's very difficult
but did they
to see why we would
scum?
withhold the judgment.
That's the real question.
That they
That's what you should
likely
be
had
answered. That's the
language.
barometer.
And what they had to have had was
The
more
measuring
than
stick
simply
for
grunts
intelligence.
and squeals. They had to have something that
Who
was
can
able to
program
communicate
scum?
actual content
That's all we
about the
care
world
about here.
around them, the kind of thing that would have been essential and been discovered in symbols. So thank you very much.
We have time for a few questions. If anyone wants to raise their hand, I can run this.
Hello, thank you for a nice talk. To my knowledge, what is peculiar to Homo sapiens is the use of actual, what we would today call artwork, such as was seen, of course, in the stone caves in France and perhaps in Africa earlier. Your talk is the first I've heard where you can say that Homo erectus was actually doing, I don't know if you call it art or not. Of course, today we still don't know what is art and what is not, but that's another matter. But that is one thing that seems to have been peculiar. But even that occurred relatively late in the lifetime of Homo sapiens. Also, I'd be interested to know if you think Homo erectus not only had learned how to use fire, but had actually learned how to make it. So thank you.
Yeah. On fire, the archaeological evidence seems to be that, yes, they could make it. They had controlled use of fire. We find it regularly in their settlements. As far as artwork, this is a red herring that a lot of archaeologists have thought to be somewhat important because we think of art as symbolic. Actually, some art is symbolic, but a lot of art, especially representational art, is simply iconic. It's a lower level of cognitive development than symbolism. So art is a wonderful accomplishment, but it's not crucial to the linguistic line. It's a sort of red herring to think that if we find painting, and it's almost certain that if we find painting, they could talk. But there's no argument from that to that if we don't find painting, they couldn't talk. Painting is just a development. Cultures develop over time. And I know of many cultures that I've done research on in the Amazon that have no art, but they certainly can talk. You could. They don't do anything that is more elaborate in some ways than Homo erectus did. Homo erectus was a hunter-gatherer band, and so we find many cultures today that live fairly similarly. And they're a lot smarter. They have bigger brains. They can think of other things, but. And if you take them out of the hunter-gatherer band and raise them in a city, they'll be unrecognizable to anybody else who was raised in the city, which I doubt would be the case for Homo erectus. But at the same time, art doesn't. We want to say that art represents language because it's complicated cultural accomplishment, and it can be symbolic, but it's often simply iconic. So art seems to be a separate cultural development that is off the line of language evolution, and I don't find it convincing to say that art is either here nor there when it comes to language evolution.
Testing. Okay. How would you describe the limitations of their language?
Of erectus?
Yes.
So I work with languages that have similar properties. So in other words, if you think about what the simplest grammar could be, just words in a linear order, I've worked with languages like that. And the fact is they can say anything we can say. The complicated grammars that we have very useful communicative functions, but they are not necessary to express modern thought or complicated thought. So the fact that we can say they have a simple grammar doesn't mean they have simple thought. That's another thing that that has happened in the history of anthropology and linguistics to somehow think that language is the mirror of thought, and it doesn't have to be. There are a lot of things, for example, I work with hunter-gatherer groups that have very few words for time. Does this mean they don't know there was yesterday? So the Pitaha, for example, have no word for yesterday and no word for tomorrow. And we often find that this or that culture doesn't have a word for X, and so we derive all kinds of conclusions from it. But I don't see any conclusions to draw from that. They can think about those things. Everybody knows they got up yesterday, and they're getting up today, and they'll probably get up tomorrow. But the fact that they choose not to talk about them is a separate kind of cultural value. I don't find the simplicity of grammar connected very tightly to the complexity of thought. Yeah, they could have said, yeah, if they had symbols, they probably didn't have many limitations. I mean, you could say maybe they had the intelligence of an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old sapiens child. There's no way to really know that, but let's say they did. 8-year-olds can talk a lot.
I'm curious if we know how easy or difficult it is to know whether a tool that they used was made by them and not created by nature. How can we discern?
Well, it's always very hard when you're going back in time to have dating methods that can link them to a species. So if you find a tool that's 600,000 years old, they were the only ones around. So nobody else was around, so they made it. But if you find a tool that was 150,000 years old, well, there were a lot of species of humans around at that time. So narrowing it down to Homo erectus becomes more difficult, but you can guess based on the settlement patterns, but it's difficult to tell with precision once you start getting into the area where other Homo species were existing side by side. Oh, that it was made. Some of the Oldowan tools could have just, one rock fell on another and suddenly you get this. But these Acheulean tools, these more complex tools, there's no way they came about by accident. They had to have been designed, planned, and constructed with a great deal of craftsmanship. It takes hundreds of hours, at least 500 hours from what I've heard, for a graduate student in archaeology to be able to make an Acheulean hand axe. Not to make, that's how long it takes to learn it. They can make them faster after that.
I'm curious to know, what led to the, eventual demise of this species, given your talk, how successful they have been at traveling and establishing communities all around the world. So I'm just curious, what led to, a global end to such a successful run?
Yeah, that's a very good question. We're the only ones left standing. So did they die out? Did they become us? One answer is they didn't die. We are them. The other answer is that Homo sapiens is, they're smarter, and one thing we've shown as a species throughout our history is the ability to slaughter other people that look like us. So the fact that the Homo sapiens might have killed them all doesn't seem to be totally outside the realm of possibility either. So I don't know why they disappeared. And I was asked a similar question when I was giving a talk in Hungary, and I probably should have been more careful, but I said, the Hungarian Jews didn't disappear because they didn't have language. So there are all kinds of reasons that people disappear.
Hi. You briefly said at the beginning that the Homo erectus, there was one that they found a hyoid bone in it. So
yeah.
that you're speculating that, then they have vocal cords and they could then, produce sounds. So are you thinking the later species all had the hyoid bones and could vocalize?
We don't really know. Some people, Tecumseh would believe that we almost certainly had Homo erectus had this modern speech capability. My point is that it really doesn't matter. evolving modern speech is a tremendous advantage, but it's not a necessary condition, nor is it a sufficient condition for having language. We can look at other species that seem to have, we listen to a parrot, they can produce human speech sounds fairly well. So it shows that it's not a sufficient condition for language. And the fact that Erectus might not have had it would show that it's not a necessary condition for language, because we have deaf people today who talk with American Sign Language and say anything we can say. So language is looking for a physical medium to be transmitted, and that usually and most efficiently is human speech. And with quantal vowels and modern speech, we can communicate much more clearly. But it's neither necessary nor sufficient to have language. They could have produced sounds. They might not have been very clear, but the reason that chimpanzees don't talk is not because they can't produce sounds. They produce enough sounds. As my point about computers is that any creature that can produce 2 sounds could talk, in principle. My dog makes a lot of sounds, and I understand a lot of them. I'm trying to figure out if any of them are symbols, but there's certainly, she's very articulate in letting me know when it's time to do certain things. So I have mastered a repertoire of her sounds, and she uses them. But that doesn't mean that she, I don't expect her to give me advice about, how to find my grandmother in Ancestry.com or something like that. These are cultural accomplishments that require a much greater set of symbols.
I think that is about all we have time for. Give another hand to Daniel Everett. Thanks, everybody.
Just pause at that video. So I've got to use the bathroom. But I do want to see how the wall's coming on. I think I can afford to start using tree branches. I haven't really been. I've been using all this free brush, clearing out the perimeter of the fence, really. Hop-o, hop. Then we still have to go here. Have to snake around that stuff. Might also need to make a second wall around the road. Gate it off from the outside road, and then have that become the garage. I don't know. We'll see. But right now, Bob's building stuff. Might have to, go into town, go to the town, scavenge for stuff. I don't know what would happen if I hit that with the crossbow bolt. It doesn't matter. Does not really matter. So we will take out a tree branch. Well, it's like a bundle of tree branches. Tree branch. Use that. Now it's becoming day. We can move around. See what we can get from the well in the city instead of our own well. What will be one of our own wells. It's a shame. Shame. This effort might be able to pay off in multiplayer. Make a hub, a grand hub, an airport, a hub of trade. But I wouldn't think anyone playing this game is minded towards that. trade with anyone when they could just, go to, what is it? An outpost. They can just, build a little home near an outpost and raid complexes, make money, all that sort of stuff. I don't know. No incentive other than, the joy of it. The joy of roleplay, right? Anyways, I've got to, use the bathroom, so BRB. Alright. Refreshed and ready to go. Kinda, sorta. Still got, this. Okay. Stick chopping to do stick chopping. What else? I don't know what would, we're not scavenging these cutting materials. I'm not sure what would be a suitable alternative. So I suck at making big stone axes, apparently. Small stone axe, fine, but small stone axe seems to wear down quickly, I think. And I'm not sure if it produces that much lumber, or because the tool, your skill, both of these things, they affect how many resources you can gather from a single node. But so far it seems like it's been pretty consistently giving me 4 wooden planks. 4 wooden planks from a fallen tree and 5 small sticks from a big sticky, if I'm using the found stuff. So I'm thinking those are like the best tools. If I were to use the hand-made tools, my yield would decrease. I mean, the only way to know is to actually test it. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these 3 long sticks will do. But I don't see any, no more small sticks on the ground. Oh, we only need 1 small stick after this. That's a tragedy. Wait a minute, I'm bad at math. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'm stupid. What if I can cut myself on my own barricades? I don't really want to try. But it's a nice thought to have. Well, it's not a nice thought, but it's a thought. A thought one can have. So, small stickies. We got some small sticks. It's something I'll have to deal with later, though I'll see about it right now. I don't think I can go through it. Thinking it's blocking progress, so I'm gonna have to I don't think I want to do a natural deformation. I want to make it quite clear that I'm deforming for something. So only get right up to it. That'll have to be later, though. How about you? We have 3 here. Let me see. I'm gonna have to cut them up anyway, right? So let me do this. Let me break my axe cutting up wooden planks here, and then we'll go into town. And I think we'll use the radio music to go into town. Sorry if you were enjoying the lectures. But they'll come back when we come back, right? There, that should break it. Should be perfect. We should be right on the money. There we go. And now we can start crafting the bundles. Just crafting them into bundles and storing them in the small log shed. The bigger log shed, I think I want to have on the, not on the roof, but yeah, hold on, I gotta ban you, Mr. Bot. I'm sorry. Not sorry, but no, sorry that you're making me fucking do this. Delete. I think I actually have to go to mod view to actually fucking. Hold on, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. There we go. Report. There we go. Spam, scams, or bots. Terrorism. I was gonna say bot. Oh, let's just say scam. Sure, why not? There we go. And bam. There we go. Oh, and I suppose 6 hours ago. Well, thanks, Cody Janet 001 for following me 6 hours ago. I really wish there was some way to show these things. It's probably like tied to a banner or something, so that you can get an alert, right? And you'd have to put one of those annoying screen elements. You just have to fill my screen with crap. Not a good plan. Alright, let's just make 2 trips, I guess. I'm sad I can't eat anything, lest I get fat and lose dexterity. You're gonna have to have poor Bob have his stomach growl at him. He deserves better. Our Bob. Our Robert. Bobby Builder. Percent full. How much do we have in our little? Oh, there it is. 15 straight. Wonder if I should drink straight absinthe. Not really. That's just for disinfecting things. But oh, now that I have this, I can probably see if I have any. If I could find a bolt that flew. I remember one flew way out here. Just wondering if I can get that back, my friend. Friendly game. If I can see it in the ground anywhere. Although, probably not. The game probably deleted it by now. Doesn't have a respect for my things. Would we even have a wall there? Seems pretty, You're very hungry, huh? Shut up, Bob. Now's a good time to just check this stuff. Having even more fun driving. I don't know, man. Anyways, let's turn on the tunes. How did we get to the tail end? Yeah, it sounds like it's about the end of the song. Boo. There's probably a few preparations I need before going out. Just a few. guessing this will be important later. $12.7. Let's drink all of them. Yo ho. All the wells shall be mine. I'm not really a fan of them just making ambient sounds in the environment. Like, a game where that could mean other players or something. Or rather, where sound is that important to make superfluous sounds like that is just not a fan. Or maybe it only happens in single player. I don't know. Just to keep you on your toes. But even then, that should mean, like, what, puppets are around or something like that, not just... Sounds should not happen for no reason. It's also like the ambient bird sounds, or there's some ambient wolf howl. Well, I'm not sure that all the wolf howl, that there are ambient wolf howls. I think, you know, any wolf howl is made because there's a wolf in the environment, but I know for a fact that they removed birds for the game for the time being, yet there are still sounds of birds being ambient. Anyhow. Yeah, like that. Oh yeah, birds are being spooked by something. Except, no, they're not. Why do you feel the need to communicate this to me? It's false information. Asshole. This community is farther away than I thought. Then again, what other uses are going to be for the tractor? You know what I mean? Just, going around ferrying trees. Live a little. Put some forage and stuff in from the tractor. We're going, what is it? It's not Boris. Loda. Starts with a B, I know that. Some B city. 1 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 city. me stop right here. See what's in here. Really. And it has a lot of charge. Alright. And a little bit left over. Tractor's like brand new. Neat. But there are buildings over here. I don't know that those are mighty important, but that's also the ocean. Okay. I hope the city's just far away and I didn't actually make some erroneous turn. Alright, this is south. We're going south. I think that's the wrong direction to be going. Oh, I got a car repair kit out of it, so let's see what this path holds. Maybe more good fortune. Maybe I'm gonna get stun locked by a wolf. Oh, look, it's another car. Yeah, this is definitely the wrong way, but there's a police car here. So many cars. What do I know? I already maxed out on bolts. Yeah, I made a wrong turn. Hit up. Okay, well, it's fine. We got a car repair kit out of the deal. I can be content. Yeah, I should have known. This is looking more familiar. And the motorcycle, I should have known immediately when I didn't see the motorcycle. I was on the wrong track. Hey, buddy. Yep. See that? One of our working man's MREs.
kill or be killed. That's how it works here on Scum Island. My name is John Dick, and I'd like to invite you to join us as our prisoners mutilate each other for fun and prizes. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, degenerates. Make your mama proud.
Plateau, okay. So yeah, it turns out you don't really need the cables. But they are a good source of wire, which will be useful in upgrading things to barbed wire. Like a vampire. That's close. All right.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Just lying down in the middle of the road. That's a new one. how goes your scum adventures, huh? Well, right now I'm out for supplies, mainly trying to find cutting tools, but no, I found an airfield, and that's a fun place. This is Bob, and he likes building stuff, and that's a wide venue to build stuff in. Even though you're not really building for anyone else, and I don't even know if planes spawn in those things. But, you know, come the time to find a plane, I guess we have a home for it. So I guess, fine. Scum Adventures are just fine. Wait a minute. That's what that meant. I was like, why would it highlight your scum? But apparently, yeah, I know. I know why it did that. Freaking automod. Doesn't like calling people scum, I suppose, but whatever. That was silly. Why would your scum be permanent? I suppose it doesn't unblock all other permutations. I need to allow scum in the filter. That's noted. Rubber band. That's the holy grail right there. That's what all good adventurers strive for. A rubber band. a few screwdrivers. I didn't really come out to lockpick. But why not? Practice makes perfect. Yeah, our gloves get in the way. Okay. Boop. They should break, right? Do these things ever break? What the heck? I don't know where else cutting tools would be. Outdoorsy places. But I'm not really familiar with the architecture of the southern Scum Island. What the fuck? Did the drone just explode? Can it crash now? That's novel. Ow. Ow.
Welcome to Scum Island, where survival is the name of the game. Mass murdering maniacs eviscerate each other for fame and fortune. I'm your tour guide on this journey down a river of blood, John Dick. Let's do this thing. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
It might just be that we go to the outpost and buy a bunch of cutting implements. Or we just make them all out of rocks. That works too. Although I think those will be less efficient. We'll see. We'll have to taste. Though I think the stone axe should be fine. Oh, what the hell. Why was I oh, I must have accidentally hit Z. Alright, just find a bow in a car, why not? Makes me want to make a character like Robin Hood and then, I don't know, like hypermax the zombies that appear. Make it a zombie apocalypse game. I don't fucking know. Although I think that'll get kind of stale. Pretty much a one-note kind of server. It's fine, we're fine. Not gonna use the freaking Black Hawk. Though I wonder how you repair the improvised crossbow. Surely not a weapon repair kit or even a toolbox. Maybe a toolbox. It says repair. Hold on, let me just put this away and see if I can repair. Yeah, it's the toolbox that repairs it. That's a little conundrum. Yes, let's hope we can get one. Why not take the skin with us? Then again, I don't know anything that would require skin. We'll hold off. We'll abstain. Back to base we go. Now we can't see our fence from here, but we can see the airfield, so we can just drive straight forward, I suppose. Oh, come on, run down the street lights. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, wait, we don't even have to stop. We just stop this and then do this. Need some inspiration on this trip. The tractor seems to go through plenty. Okay, you can only really hear it when you're in the cab.
It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes over your head, believe it if you want to. So keep your eyes on the road and your head in the stars. Follow it down the rabbit hole just a little while longer. You can change anything if you want to. Sing it like ooh, if you want to. Sing it like ooh, if you want to. The next time I turn around, you'll have grown into a woman in a single bound. I hope I never take you for granted. Spending time with you is all that I wanted. But I'll go back to when you were small, burning all our favorite records on the CD-ROM. We were splitting headphones in a hammock to a Sing it with me, sing it with me, and we'll go howling at the moon. If you want to. If you're scared of the dark, let the rundown street lights be your stars. Let them know.
Can openers are useful. And now I have one.
Yeah, murder is fun, but if you tried Indian food, the shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
So, you know, the flag does not stop puppets from spawning. That's fine. Renewable sorcerer eggs. Great, great. I wonder where that hit. I wonder if I can hit him through the glass. No. So that did go through, but you know, somewhere else. Hey, friend. There we go. Thanks for that, mate. I don't see it. I really want to know where it went. Oh. It pierced through the cabinet. Okay.
Detroit, wanna see me hustle hard. I got the drive and muscle bars and work ethic on my father. Y'all respect him cause you gotta, love to hate him, but you oughta know you gotta give him props for the way he kept on riding. Now it's fire, I'ma burn it down. These haters all can get their noose, they plan on hanging around. I'm letting loose when they see me, they ain't making a sound. I'm living proof, they turning on you with really been holding it down, but still I put on for my city, man, I put on for my city. Yo, what put on? I suggest you paying dues and you getting busy. Ain't the one to put on anyone that hasn't been riding with me. Whether they friends or they enemies, gonna have to miss me, dog. We bout to head way up, y'all ain't ready. Blaze up the whole damn city. Whoa, 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 nah, nah, nah. Get up, I know y'all hear me. Show love when I'm in your city. Whoa, 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 nah, nah, nah.
Practice basic lock picking. Nah, I'd rather do that on, you know, real things. Yeah, we want to go out and keep farming those close. I mean, I hope they're still there. Kill them like somewhere around here. I don't go sweating now. Come on, Bob. We're gonna have frickin' linen for days. here. Where the hell did I put all my wire? Pretty sure I had more wire. I don't know, I'm tripping. But at least, yeah, at least I did put rubber bands in here. What does the rubber rat-a-tat take? Drill, that's the major setback here. Oh, the wires are in here. I'm stupid. It's fine though. Bundle of 4 rags. Let's just make some improvised rope, why not? See where we stand after that. You know, I should have gotten some earplugs while I was at the outpost, now that I think about it. You could use those on a construction site, probably. Bob probably has earplugs in while he's building stuff. While he's fixing stuff. Should have been named Bob the Fixer. If his fucking tagline is, "Can we fix it?" Gosh, Dingle Bob.
I'm your host, John Dick, and I'm here to tell you that things are about to get downright brutal. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Alright. This, whatever video's queued up is only 22 minutes. About something, I don't know. Oh, come on, we found construction pants. I don't know, let's keep those around. Construction pants, work pants. Keep them both around. They're part of our wardrobe. Yeah, we need to build our wardrobe. Those turn out to be better storage than anything. I wonder what the best storage method is in this game. Slightly off. Never stopped us before. Let's see, what is this video that's queued up? Something. No, it's some dude who doesn't like. Okay. Let's listen to this story.
Good morning, guys. In this video, I'm going to talk about what I dislike about America after living abroad for
Nice
6
place
years.
for a base. Yeah.
Last video was about the positives. Now the negatives. And
I
little
actually
background,
found it
traveled
after
to 85 countries.
I don't know, traveling
lived in
along the
4.
coast. It was a
One
fun
caveat,
time.
this all comes from my
Had to
personal
kill a
experience.
goat with an axe.
When comparing countries, it's tough. There's not one label you can put on
Anyways.
places. What I'm saying doesn't apply to everyone, obviously. So go in knowing that it's not black and white. There's a lot of gray here. But I'm gonna bring you into the main things that stick out to me after coming back to the States. Number one, media. Wow, it's really gone down the toilet, the mainstream media in this country. Really bad. If it was nutrition, it would be the choice between Captain Crunch and Fruit Loops. And imagine trying to be an athlete living off that diet. Well, the media is sort of like that in the knowledge space of what the world is like and what the country is like. They're doing a huge disservice for our collective psyche. They're not interested in our psychological well-being. They're not interested in building a better country. They're only interested in ad revenue and division and negativity makes more money. So I think in 100 years or so, people are gonna look back on society and say, wow, there was actually a point in time where the model of the media was to pit people against each other through half-truths, through fear, through manipulation. By doing so, they'd make more money.
I forgot
and by
to
also doing so,
transfer
the
all
end
this
result
stuff.
is they do detrimental harm to society. And they're gonna look back and say, wow, what was wrong with those people in 2021? That's how I feel right now. The media,
But
in a
if
way,
you want to
a
make
lot of
this
the
place
media
your
is
base,
like a
it's
brand that's sold
around
out.
here on the
I
map.
think
It's
of my
A4.
Samsonite bag I used to have. I had it for 12 years.
Let's see.
This thing was
south,
properly abused all over the world.
southeast
and
corner of
finally,
A4.
finally it
There's
quit.
an airfield
But I got
here,
12
if
years
you're
of
ever
use
in
out of
the
it. It was a
area.
really good bag. And I'm like,
On
well, that's
some
a
sort of
great
new
brand.
server.
I
This
think
is
I'll-
single player, so really
I think I'll
don't
buy another
have to
one of
worry
these
about
bags.
anything.
In week 2 on my Samsonite bag, the wheel fell off. And I lost all my good feelings about that brand. I feel that's the same for a lot of the big names in media who even 5 years ago and definitely 10 years ago had credibility, were looking for objective truth, wanted to do the right thing, had integrity. Out the window now. The good thing about this is I think many people are waking up to this fact. Number 2, politicians. Politicians are doing a wonderful job dividing us Americans. And so, whether it
Yeah,
be
it has
the
its own
Nancy
little,
Pelosi's or
gas
the Mitch
place.
McConnells, they're
As
pretty
you
much the
just
same
saw.
people. They do not
I
have
was
our
surprised. I was
interests
like,
in
this
mind.
is
They have
pretty
their interests
nice.
in mind.
And I was
They
just
have
wandering
their
the
backers'
coast.
interests in
And
mind.
frickin' vehicles spawn here.
And so what they're doing
I have a
is putting
tractor
us
and a
against
truck.
each other.
No plane yet, though.
When what we should be doing
And there are some
is
cities
collecting
nearby.
ourselves
You can just
and going against
go
them.
to.
Number 3,
There's like a fruit field
curiosity.
somewhere in the north.
A lot
You
of
got
Americans are
watermelons
curious, but
and
a lot
grapes.
aren't.
I don't know,
And
it's a nice
easy
little
to get
place.
stuck in our information silos, in our cultural silos. It happens for me, and the longer I'm away from society, the longer I'm on the internet, it's like my curiosity dissolves to some degree. You know, I find myself looking in the same spaces. You know, we get stuck in our digital realities, which, look, I've found
this
do
guy's
not
saying
match
a lot of same talking points.
what's going on, you know, on the streets in America.
Nothing new.
Downtown San Francisco today. This is Sunday morning. It's really quiet these days. Lots shut down, and it doesn't look much different on Monday morning. Okay, 4, racism. This last year, we've been told America is one of the most racist places on the planet. Well, at least the media is telling us that. The very interesting thing is, when I get on the ground here, whether that could be in the South Bronx, in New York City, I could be in Queens, where it's mostly Southeast Asians, could be with the Hasidic Jews, every different group here, zero problems connecting, talking with people on an equal level, zero tension between us being from different backgrounds. And so to be told that, you know, we're all pitted against each other, if you look online, on the, you know, at the news, it's not how I felt on the ground as far as coming from a different background and making it happen in this country and not being excluded. I do believe if you want it bad enough and you're hardworking, this place lets you achieve what you want to achieve with the least amount of tension from being from somewhere else. And I'm not discrediting anyone's racist experience. That happens. It's disgusting. It sucks. We need to get to less of that. But overall, America is one of the least racist countries I've been to. Number 5, fear. The US lives in a lot of fear. I think more than any country I've been to. People fear sometimes the littlest things. Now, there is a reason to be fearful of what's going on in society, and if you lost your job, and if you're broke, there's legitimate reasons to be fearful about life. But there are also other reasons. I mean, sometimes people make the biggest issue out of something that shouldn't even exist. For example, I know a guy, he was talking about going into nature, like getting out of the cities because of COVID. I said, go to Joshua Tree National Park. It's beautiful, and there are all these dirt roads in the north side of it, not many people go to. You can really get away from people, get lost. And he's like, well, what if I get a flat tire? He's got a new SUV.
Well, then fix it, jeez.
Okay. You get a flat tire,
man.
what happens? You change it?
Yeah, you change it.
Okay. Is that the worst thing that happens?
No.
You put the spare on? Or maybe you have to call someone?
Jeez. Whatever.
Anyways, in my opinion, quite an unnecessary fear. Fear with the COVID. I mean, it's nothing anyone's happy about. There are people dying, there are people suffering from it. It's a real issue. But for example, in this environment, when there's zero chance of me getting COVID, do I need to be fearful right now? No. The interesting thing is there are a lot of people that, at least it seems to be in my neighborhood, that are even fearful in these environments. Or if someone's, 30 feet away with both people with a mask on, they're scared. You can see it in their eyes. Number 6, lack of purpose/meaning. I think that's a Western world problem at the moment. What do we find meaning in? It's tough, especially now when we're locked inside and stuck on the digital platforms. Like, what's the purpose of it all? And if you don't have religion or some very firm beliefs that you
Lumberjack
follow, what gets you up every day and gives you purpose? And that's a tough problem society is dealing with right now. I think that's everyone has to find purpose/meaning, and it's specific to them. But if you don't have that, I think things can be very difficult and very alienating and isolating right now. Number 7, entitled mentality. There's a lot of entitlement here. Caveat, a lot of people are truly suffering, like truly out on their luck, truly in a terrible position. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people that talk about how bad their life is as they sit in a nice apartment, watching Netflix, ordering takeout. That type of entitlement. There seems to be a lot of that. There's also entitlement at the very high end. too big to fail mentality. So, a company took their risks, whether that be a big bank, an airline, or whatever, when things are good, and then when things aren't so good, they're bailed out. Number 8, healthcare. Now, if I have brain surgery, I'm quite happy to be here in the US. Excellent doctors, great healthcare facilities. But on the insurance side of things, it's quite ridiculous. So abroad, I paid $1,100 a year. I had a healthcare plan that covered every country in the world, even Iran of all places, right? But every country. I could even come back and go to the best healthcare and best hospitals in the United States. And so it was $1,100 and my deductible was $2,000. Now back here, $500 a month and a $7,000 deductible. For those that don't know the deductible language, it means basically your insurance doesn't even start paying, it doesn't start working until you spend $7,000 out of pocket first. And then it starts working, even though you're paying the $500 a month. So that seems to be a problem no political party really wants to fix. There's too much money to be made in it. Number 9, free speech. So I've been to countries where people are limited in what they can say. Usually it has to do with politics. So you're in a great conversation, and then there's like this tenseness you can feel. And you can tell that the person wants to continue speaking, but they're scared of speaking. That is a detrimental thing to one's health, to one's sovereignty. And it's something as a country, I know the topics come up this last year quite a bit. It's very important. It's very important that we're able to speak as we think, because repressing it, from what I've seen in the world, doesn't lead to anything good. And then there's also the cultural side of free speech, where people are so scared to stay true to their tune that let's just say they kill the music and they sound like everyone else. It's quite obnoxious just to hear like this monologue of thought about certain issues, what's deemed to be appropriate or correct. And the fear, back to fear, that a lot of people have of just speaking true to their mind. And look, there are serious consequences, unfortunately now. I'm not in corporate America, thank God. But if you are, there's consequences with your job. It's a very dangerous place to be in. Free speech, we have it in this country. It's a beautiful thing. We need to not let it slip. Number 10, cycles of poverty, whether that be inner city America, parts of inner city America, Appalachia, different parts of the country. People are definitely left out in the cold economically. And these are deep, complex
really awkward
issues.
place to be in.
But nobody,
just
no
like one log out of
politicians
place,
really want to address this problem we have in the country. I think the reason is
put it in here.
It's going to go way beyond an election cycle. It's going to take way too much work. It's going to take decades, I think, to truly address the problem. And so it's almost like a New Deal type of effort that needs to take place. So when you have, rampant drug addiction, lack of skills, education, all these things, this takes a lot of time. And again, the politicians like to pit us against each other versus address that problem. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle. Nobody seems to really, really deeply care about that issue in this country. And after walking so many of these streets in our cities and so many of the streets in different cities around the world, we have a problem. And look, it's complicated. If someone's into drugs, if they're addicted, how do you get them off? I mean, my dad quit alcohol when he wanted to quit alcohol. It's not from whatever anyone said to him. And that's the case for a lot of people. And then if you have, not even, the ability to write or English language skills, people need purpose, back to purpose, right? They need employment. Okay, what's that job gonna be? They need housing, obviously. They need training. They need some sort of family, community. The only way out of this is to put a massive effort forward. So there's also, people that are in these communities where they don't have opportunity. You might just have to leave. I did. I moved out of the countryside of Vermont. I don't know what I would do there for work, right? So you know, the good thing I will say is in the US, if you have the skills, you can move and figure something out. It's not like there's a lack of opportunity. It's just if you don't have the skills, what do you do? Okay, San Francisco, this is probably the best place to be homeless. If there's such a thing, this is the best place to be homeless because the most is given to them. That's not a solution. It just attracts more homelessness. It doesn't fix an actual problem. So we need to get to the ground level of this issue as a country. That really pains me to come back because it's only getting worse. And again, the politicians don't seem to really care about the deep dive on this issue. Number 11, sellouts. I feel like there are a lot of sellouts in this culture. And that could be online, just pushing fear narrative nonstop. I know this is a negative video, but this is about as negative as I get. Usually I'm an optimist with my content. But the fear narrative, pitting people against one another, that's pretty profitable. You have the NBA selling out to China, Hollywood selling out to China, not holding any values or principles, but just selling out for money, obviously. It's really sad to see that in this country because it's actually, that's a corrosive energy that harms all of us. Number 12, lack of compassion, empathy.
How many things does this guy have?
I've always found the U.S. to be a very
thought
friendly,
it would be a top 10 list.
Open place, but it's definitely the most tense at the moment. And you know, understanding where someone is coming from, you know, why they vote for a certain person, why would they do that? You know, just having the curiosity to see what are their motives behind what they do, and not coming in from I'm better than you, you have to defend yourself, but come in from I'm interested in you, I want to know why you think this way. And quite often when you hear someone out, it makes a lot of sense. But we're living in an illusion somewhat right now. We're all seeing the world through what's being presented to us through a screen, and everyone has an objective, and knowing what that objective is a good thing. And back to the news, it's like not always what they're reporting, it's quite often what they're not reporting. And why are they not reporting that story? And it's because they have an objective. They want you to think a certain way. And what's my objective here? My objective is, in this channel, I want you to see the world at on a tangible ground level and make your own opinion. I don't want to force it whatever down your throat and tell you how to think. With that said, I have a view of the world. I'm mostly an optimist. I like different people from different places. I like different stories, and there might be a bias in that, but I'll be straight up with you on that. My goal and my objective is to be completely authentic, as best as I can be, and not try to hide the truth. It's the search for truth, which is somewhat of a moving target, as we know. Number 13, COVID, the COVID divider, I like to call it. It's like this pandemic should have brought us together. Like, why would it not bring us together? We all have to deal with it. No one's immune from it. But it's actually done the opposite. It's become political, unfortunately. And in my neighborhood in San Francisco, wow, it's like it's lost all humanity. Nobody looks at each other. Everyone seems to be scared of one another. Even going on a hiking trail can be stressful.
A lot of things I understand.
When you're masked up. Like when I'm around people, I'll go masked up.
He gets this from being in foreign places.
Even with that, people look at you as like a threat.
I'm not seeing him connect this to his experiences
we
abroad.
all have to deal with this. Nobody wants to.
I think he's just rambling.
So let's smile at each other.
You know what?
Say hi.
Shouldn't be too long in this video yet.
It's really something that should bring us together and not be a political thing. For example, I have my mask down. You know, if I'm 100 feet away from someone outside, fine, I'm having my mask down. I'm not wearing it. And someone called me a Trump supporter because I had my mask down. And it was like, okay, even if I was, which I'm not, what the hell does that have to do with my mask? At all. It's ridiculous. Yeah, let's get beyond this stupidness we're in right now. So you live down here, though?
Yeah, I've been here for 25 years.
And what's the feel? What's the feel at the moment?
So the feel at the moment is, you know, like I said, it's a ghost town. Literally all of these buildings you see downtown, every single one of them, all the way down from basically 5th Street down to the Embarcadero, are literally completely empty, including Salesforce Tower, Facebook Tower, my building, which is right next to Salesforce.
Wow.
They're all totally empty. And, you know, they spent all that money and all those billions of dollars on building all these skyscrapers. And now they sit empty, and they're literally telling everybody it's a new work-at-home world and get used to it, and you're never going to leave your house now and stay in lockdown. And dude, 7-Eleven is closed.
Oh, my God.
The 7-Eleven that's supposed to be open 24/7. I don't think I've ever seen it closed in 25 years. You can't even go in there and get anything. I mean, literally everything is just closed. It's a total ghost town.
So you think people will go back to work in these towers eventually, or what's your?
They're saying only about 40% are going to go back.
And everything's indefinite right now. That's what there's no like clear end at the
there's no
light
clear
at the
end
end
in
of this.
sight. I mean, I've been working for all these tech companies for decades, and they're all saying like, yeah, we don't see this ending anytime soon.
All right, like 2
Just
minutes
stay
left
at
in the
home
video.
for the near future. They're saying for at least a year. Yeah.
And this is sad. The crime is on the up. This is how we met, just over this memorial. So from my understanding, some guy was let out of prison who shouldn't have committed many crimes. This poor woman was killed in a car accident because he hit her. I think that's the case, but that's cool. People are bringing flowers. That's one bit of hope of society. Look at these buses. Nobody riding them. As you can see, these streets, nobody walking them either. More than anything, is a sort of a documentation of history. Those are my big negatives. I also have a video about the positives. I'll leave a link at the end here. And I do want to say, overall, America is a wonderful place. It's a great country, going through an odd time. And another odd thing is I'm actually more pro-American now than any time before in my life, despite all the division, despite which seems to be all the hate. Look, we're getting gamed. We are getting gamed by our politicians and by our media. Americans, through and through, the vast majority are cool, want to connect, want to get along. Doesn't matter the political party, doesn't matter the background. That is the beauty of this country. We're getting gamed. We're waking up to it, I think. Slowly waking up to it. We got better days ahead. And look, more people immigrate here than any other country in the world. And it's not because it sucks. If it sucked, people wouldn't. They just wouldn't come here. People move because they want to better their lives. And so, despite our big problems right now, and I'm not undermining those, and I can be very honest and sober and say, we do have big problems. I believe in this country. Better days ahead. Thanks for coming along, guys. I got a Patreon page, link at the end here if you want to support the channel. And much more to come about different sub-communities, different corners of the country that I'm going to get into over this next year. All right, have a great day. Until the next one.
The tradition.
Yeah, all right. Next one's a video about the out of Africa theory. Fine. But we're running out, what, 5 minutes until the end of the stream. Just use the in-game radio, I guess. Finish this wall, and then I guess that'd be it. Anyhow. Ooh, wonder where that cargo drop is. Not seeing any smoke in the sky. Oh, landed right there. Might try my hand at picking that. Yeah, sure, why not? I think we have enough supplies. Yep, oh. Put the wooden plank in there. Let's see what we can get done. To take off the gloves first. But otherwise, yeah, I have all sorts here. 41, 48. No, 38. That'll be an extra one. Then we got our safety pin box. Alright. Should be fine. Oh, what if one of these things lands inside a base? That'd be horrible. Just blows everything up around it. Frickin' troll cargo drop. Yeah, they probably programmed something to avoid that. Okay. Hope I can find a drill. Ah, crap, I wasn't talking, was I? Gosh. Whatever, it's not like any of the commentary is important. It's just, was wishing for a drill more than a rebar cutter. But rebar cutter's still part of improvised workshop. So, you know, fine enough. find places for all this stuff. Bar cutter, let's keep that in the backpack, why not? Ah shit, I need to use the toilet. We got 15 minutes, it's fine. Well, not 15 minutes in the stream, we're a bit over. But you know, said the stream ends when we finish that wall. Don't worry, the explosion will take care of our waste. That's one of the big ups. Alright.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick.
Which one of these was? Alright. Time.
Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a warrior. Choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more.
I'll have to remember, first things first on tomorrow's stream is to make a fridge, which is, you know, just an improvised wardrobe that you name fridge, because you know it's not like you have an ice box or electricity to keep anything cold. But if you call it a fridge, it's a fridge. Refrigeration be damned. Yeah, it's the streams last for 8 hours. Yeah, I don't know, it's just been mostly building. It's not like that takes a particularly short time, but it's fine enough. I don't want to drink the gasoline. What am I doing? I want to finish this wall. That's what I want to do. Oh, it's gonna take more than some time. But it's the little time-wasting project. Just, I don't know, mess around, build out this compound, listen to educational videos. Nothing but fun for Bob. Bob, the totally not a builder. But he does build things. But don't call him the builder. Hold on. we end this, we'll have one small stick left over. One small stick to go. Yeah, the stream's about to end, so yeah, don't feel bad. Just finishing this wall. One small stick and then the stream's over. But hey, thanks for stopping by. You enjoy your food. Alright, that's it. That's our inaugural wall. Just gonna do some inventory cleanup, but yeah, it's been Bob's day. Bob's day on base. Got our construction outfits. We're certified. We're OSHA certified, even though we got arrested for violating OSHA regulations. Whatever. I'll see you all tomorrow.